That's okay. I hereby call this meeting to order. Now, a couple of brief announcements. First, we have a lot of recognitions this evening. Please, if you could stay while we recognize everybody else. If you get recognized prior to somebody else, then maybe stay and cheer for those that are being recognized. I will let you know when the very boring part of the evening will be, and that way all the kids can take off and go home and get ready for graduation or whatever they're doing tomorrow, school, whatever. So, okay. Now, if I can then pass it off to Christina Downey for the beginning, the Pledge of Allegiance. Christina.
Thank you, Joe. I'd like to call, is working. I'd like to call up to the podium. We have a couple of teachers and students from Riverside School from the Riverside Rangers program who are going to lead us in the pledge tonight and tell us a little bit about the Rangers program at Riverside.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Allison Tepper, and this is my colleague, Rocio Gonzalez Montes, and we work at Riverside School as ELL specialists. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. So we work at Riverside School as ELL specialists, and we also co-chair the Rangers program at Riverside School, which is a leadership development program. It's open to the 5th graders, and we have 2 of our young ladies here today to tell you a little bit more about that program.
My name is Whitney Martyr. And my name is Akari Fukuda. We sometimes do have some volunteer things like pledge and some donations. We help students. We play games with them and we greet them at the doors. Most of when we play games with them, we have a lot of fun and respect the norms, and we ask questions about how we do, what the norms were in the games, and it really helps them understand how to be respectful and how to be a role model.
And now please, everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is over there. And I remind everyone today is Flag Day.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job, guys. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks, girls. Thanks, Christina. That was great. Thanks, girls. That was fantastic. We're going to now go to the consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. We have first item, it's approved minutes as presented. Second item is authorize the BOE Budget Committee to approve all budget appropriations transfers during a special board meeting date in July. And the third, approve the 2023-2024 BOE meeting agenda plan as presented. I make that motion, or those 3 motions on the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Against? Abstaining. Okay, so that's 7. Oh no, Corey's not here. 6, 0, 1. Thank you. Now we have the student and staff recognitions. First, we're going to begin with the GPS representative for Connecticut Teacher of the Year, Erin John. Tony Jones.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm going to start it out. First of all, Erin, I think whenever I had the opportunity to give you the award at the school, I really truly meant what I said. It was one of the most amazing early childhood classrooms that I've had the pleasure to be in and really watch for an entire hour. And the children were so engaged, and it was obvious that they absolutely love what you were doing and that you make them love learning, and they were learning to read. So, and then I was really I was so impressed when I was there for the first grade to watch them do their show. And it was wonderful how you were using the songs from the show for transitions in your class, just really integrating not only what you do on a daily basis, but just all of the other things that happen in the school. So congratulations. And I'm just so thrilled to have you represent us as at the Connecticut State Teacher of the Year. Yeah.
Well, just to follow with the enthusiastic support from the Distinguished Teacher Award Committee, I'm Stacy Lovelace, and I have the privilege of getting to award her a wonderful check and wish her the best of luck going forward. But I do want to say just a few words from her amazing nomination packet that that was presented by her colleagues and parents and whatnot. Just a few words. She's been with us for 11 years at New Lebanon, teaching first grade right now. She also taught kindergarten, but in her own words, which I think kind of summarizes her, she fills each day with sunshine and positivity. And she served on the PTA curriculum enrichment committee as a parent volunteer, and on the Safe School Climate Committee. She's also been a part of the social committee and was actually a part of the New Lebanon School Feasibility Committee when they were doing the plans for the new building. She gets high praise for helping all the students build confidence, self-esteem, independence by guiding them to the best versions of themselves. And her colleagues are inspired by her energy, enthusiasm, and general love for elevating New Lebanon School, for the students, for our district. And we wish her all the best going forward as our representative at the state level. So thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Christine Edwards. I'm the president of the Kiwanis in Greenwich, Connecticut. And for over 30 years, we have been presenting to the person who is our representative up to Hartford, a award from Joseph Kay, who was the president of Kiwanis and also a superintendent of schools. And he wanted to make sure that whoever was going to be our representative from Greenwich not only had the award from the Board of Ed and the distinguished teachers, but also from his foundation. So I'm presenting her the award for the Joseph Mitchell Kay Award. Let me put it this way. and also a check, another check. And then if Stacy, you can help me with this. This is a blanket, if you will, here, with landmarks from Greenwich. So I don't want to cover your head. But this is something don't come and see your face. But this way I said, instead of flowers, which will only last a while, this is something that will cover you up, keep you warm, and remind you of Greenwich, no matter where you wind up ever. So thank you very much.
I have to talk. They told me there would be no speaking. Mr. Soprano had said there would be no speaking. I think he lied. Thank you so much. Is that him back there? Yep. Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be up here. I feel like I've said so many words already. I might be out of words, but I'm really honored to represent our community up in Hartford. And I really hope all of Connecticut, and cross our fingers, all of the United States can see how amazing our community is. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Erin. A win by you is a win for all of us. So we look forward to success going forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is great. All great stuff. Now we're going to student government recognitions. Mitch and Isabella. Let's first have Mitch come walking up here and then Isabella to follow. Hello, Mitch. Mitch served as the student body vice president. You all recognize him from his wonderful presentations, which he's given meeting after meeting. And also he's brave enough to stay for many hours of the not so exciting stuff afterwards. So thank you for doing that. It's a pleasure working with Mitch in the actual councils where all the student government from all the grades get together and they actually take concepts and ideas and suggestions from the student body, and they actually turn those into ideas, and then they implement those ideas into action. It's really exciting watching that happen in the process. Watching Mitch sit in the room, he's excited. You could tell when everyone else is talking, he's just dying to talk. He doesn't want anyone else to talk. He lets everyone, he's very polite, of course, but as he lets everyone talk, you know he's just about to explode with some really exciting thing to say. So Mitch, thank you very much. Your presentations at these meetings. And unfortunately for my colleagues here, except for Karen, of course, they don't get to see you in the council meetings. And in those meetings, it's very exciting to get to know you guys better. If anyone wants to comment or say anything to Mitch, please feel free. He'll be back with a speech in a little bit.
I'll just say it's been an incredible honor to have had the opportunity to work sort of alongside you, get to know you over these past months. I wish you all of the best going forward to an incredible college that you're going to be off to and in the rolling hills of Ithaca. So anyway, I know you're going to give a speech later, but I look forward to hearing and seeing where you go from here with all the incredible ideas you shared with us. I know that the world is certainly your oyster.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I should know this by now, right? I think I'm watching you guys touch it and I think, oh, maybe I have to touch it today. You'll hear in my speech later, but those meetings that we have together have really become one of my favorite parts of student government. I think it's always really interesting to be able to have discussions with the people who make the decisions and are responsible for making change in the district. So I really want to thank Ms. Stowe, who was there at the beginning of the year, and then of course Chairman Kelly, Ms. Hirsch, and Dr. Jones for always attending those meetings and having a great discussion with Isabella and I, but also with the rest of the student government representatives, because I think it's really important for us to develop a relationship because, like I said before, but you guys are responsible for the changes in the community. So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mitch. Isabella. Well, I've known Isabella prior to this engagement. I've known her for a few years now. And the excitement she brings into a room is certainly very encouraging to all around. Watching her preside over those council meetings was very exciting. She had her gavel and she was not afraid to use it. She'd slam that gavel down, but yet have a chuckle or a giggle about it. And you've noticed when she does her presentations here, when she presents to the room, there's always a smile on her face and she projects the happiness and projects the positivity. And personally, I relate to that. I love the positivity side of it because that's what I like to do. And I see a lot of that in you. And when you take the podium and when you present to the room, you keep everyone's attention in a very unique way where you present it in a light. Sometimes people, when they present in a light way, you lose sometimes attention, but you have a special gift to actually grab that attention and bring them in. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed working with you. Karen?
I was going to say, Joe stole my thunder, but I was going to say, I have yet, it's fine. I've yet to once see you without a beaming smile across your face. The enthusiasm that you bring to every meeting, to every discussion really helps to energize the room and the space around you. And you can see it in all of those that work with you on XCOM and also on the rugby pitch. And so I have to say that honestly, it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to get to know you. Well, I've gotten to watch a couple games, but seeing you off the pitch and knowing that you have great things ahead of you as well as, you may not be going up north to the cold, but I do know it snows often in Virginia. So you'll have a great experience and I can't wait to see what you do going forward as well. So thank you.
That excitement that we talked about that you encourage people to do, I don't see that in the opposition player on the rugby field as you're about to crush them. So I see little of that, but please.
Well, you guys are obviously flattering me right now. I can't thank you all enough. It's been such a pleasure speaking every month, getting to know all of you, and just for you all being very receptive to what we have to say. And as I said, it's absolutely a pleasure to speak on behalf of our student body. And I've had honestly the time of my life being student body president and class president before that. I love hearing what the students have to say. I love bringing it here, and I'm glad you guys like the smile on my face because it will continue to be there as I go into higher education. So I cannot thank you all enough. Thank you for listening to what we have to say, and thank you for always being ones to put the smile on my face. So once again, thank you. Prom nails.
Isabella will be back. Now we have the Spring State Championships for Greenwich High School Athletics. Pete Giorgio, our athletic director, will come up and speak on their behalf. Thank you, Pete. You've got a whole lot of champions this year. It's unprecedented amount of champions, so I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Jones, Chairperson Kelly, Board of Education members, and everyone here and at home. I'm pleased to be standing before you once again, celebrating our outstanding student athletes and teams here at GHS. Thank you all for taking the time to recognize our spring athletes. The All-State High School Student Athlete Association has picked the following student athletes in their respective sports. As I mentioned their names, please stand up and come to the front of the room, and we'll recognize you all at the end. So this year for our spring all-state athletes, we have for boys lacrosse, Matthew Trimmer and Colin Zeller. Unfortunately, come on up. Some of our kids are home because we still have one more day of finals. Girls lacrosse, we have Cece Tauber and MK Savio. I know MK's here. From our girls golf team, we have Allison Bauer, Charlotte Langhorn, and Caroline McShay. From our boys tennis team, we have Dylan Atkinson, Vladimir Dombrowski, Kai Jan, Rohan Mittal, Nicholas O'Brien, and Harrison Wolf. They could be at home too as well. And last but not least, we also have from our boys track and field, Gianluca Bianchi and Antonio Cicerelli. And I think Antonio is here. Folks, these are your all-state spring sport athletes. One more round of applause for them, please. We are also going to recognize 2 more state champions this year to add to our list. We just had a wonderful parade of champions brought to us by Chairperson Kelly and First Selectman Fred Camillo. First, we'll recognize our girls golf team. These are the girls that won state champions. They were also runner-ups in the FCIAC. So it was Allison Bauer, Madeline Driscoll, Zara Hillman, Charlotte Langhorn, and Caroline McShay. And then for our boys tennis team, who also won FCIACs and states, we have Ishan Abashta, Dylan Atkinson, Vladimir Dombrowski, Nicholas Fruman, Manuel Gali Spekos, Matthew Hunt, Kai Jan, David Koreski, Daniel Lee, Bruce Lunder, Rohan Mittal, Eli Norton, excuse me, Nicholas O'Brien, Alexander Salib, Tristan Soler, Zachary Tobach, and Harrison Wolf. Those are your state champions this spring. Thank you all. And we have a long tradition to hold up for next year. The bar is set pretty high. Thank you, guys.
Our interim AD is doing a great job. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Now, Andy Bramante, please, for the 2023 Science Fair Award. Andy, my friend, how are you, sir? Great.
so tall when Joe stands up. Yeah. Oh, no touch, right? Is that what I was told? Is it working? Oh, it is. Okay, good. I'm Andy Bermonti. I'm the science research teacher at Greenwich High School. So I thank you for the opportunity, Board of Ed, Chairman Kelly, Dr. Jones. So let me just read a little preamble for you guys. It was another fantastic year. I understand, by the way, that a lot of the high schoolers are home. Some of my middle schoolers are here, which we'll talk about. So that's exciting. So anyway, it was another fantastic year in the research program. For the 14th year running, at least one GHS student was selected at the Regeneron Talent Search as a scholar. This year we had 5 students that were selected as scholars, which was tremendous. And actually 2 of them were selected as RSTS finalists, which is really awesome. In early March, 6 of our students took part in the Connecticut Junior Science and Humanities Symposium, and 4 were selected to give prestigious oral presentations for their work, much like a TED Talk. 3 of our students won their way to the national competition where they all excelled. At the Connecticut Science and Engineering Fair in mid-March, 14 of our students defended their research, and an astounding 12 of these were selected as fair finalists, which is the top 15% of projects. And they all went on to win notable awards, including many first place finishes. In April, 10 of the student researchers and 1 Eastern Middle School 8th grader, more about that in a second, participated in the Norwalk Community College Science Fair, taking 3 of the top 8 prizes. And in late April, one of our GHS research students was selected as the state winner in what's called the Stockholm Junior Water Prize competition, which is and she's going to basically compete at the national level to win an opportunity to travel to Sweden in an international symposium. And finally, in mid-May, one of our students competed amongst 1,200 of the brightest kids at the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair in Dallas, where she did really well. So I'll talk to you about that as well. And finally, this year marked the first year of our Junior Innovators program, where the 8th graders from each middle school are provided the opportunity to come to the high school early in the day, once a week, to create or to conduct independent science research, much like the high schoolers. This year, 8 Junior Innovators participated in CSEF, which was really awesome. And there's a phrase I'd like to use, they kicked Tushy, as we say. They really won many, many top awards and 3 nominations to what's called the National Junior Innovators Challenge, which is the top competition for middle schoolers for 8th grade, much like the talent search is for the high schoolers. So that is really amazing. So let me give you some details. Let's meet some of these fine young scientists, and I'll just read off the names. The only 2 high school lovely scientists I see are Mitch and Isabella, so they'll be in this story. So first, the 2023 Regeneron Science Talent Search. So we had 5 scholars, Stephanie Chang for a multi-omics approach to host microbe interactions and inflammatory bowel disease. Angie Fogarty for rapid visual detection of illicit substances in social settings. Isabella Gaga, come on up. All right. For synthesis of polysaccharide encapsulated hydroxyapatite. I always think of hunger when I say that word. Nanocomposites to stimulate plant growth. Ambika Grover for a design of a novel dual functioning TPA and factor 11 anticoagulant therapy for strokes. And Ronak Gupta for the design of a rapid lateral flow COPD diagnostic via cytokeratin 19 biomarkers. So those are our 5 scholars. And so a round of applause for all of them. As if that wasn't enough, 2 of them went on to become finalists, Angie and Ambika. And Ambika went on to finish in 6th place overall. I know we've highlighted that, where she won over 80. Angie won $26,000. The scholars win $2,000. The finalists get an additional 26, and then Ambika went on to win $82,000, which is incredible. So I'm still waiting for my cut from each one of you. Anyway, so congratulations to all. I know some of them are out there. So moving on to the Junior Science and Humanities Symposium, we had 4 oral presenters, Angie Fogarty again, Ambika, Ashley Malkin, who's a 10th grader, for basically identification of therapeutics for neurological disorders through a machine learning algorithm to predict drug and gene interactions for the glymphatic system, and Naomi Park for concurrent removal of rising ocean carbon dioxide and oil and water contaminants via multifunctional framework. Angie finished an honorable mention, and Bika Grover was in first place. Ashley got an honorable mention, and Naomi Park finished in fourth. In a poster presentation, Justin Bernstein basically created a functional chloramine atorvastatin coated hydrolonic acid nanoparticles for targeted dissolution of atherosclerotic, I'll get it up, plaque. And Audrey Lynn basically made a new enhanced system to remove ammonia from water. Justin finished first and Audrey finished in third. So again, round of applause for those guys. And Bika went on to the national competition, finished in second place in medicine, and Naomi second place in environmental engineering. Totally forgot that. So now for the Connecticut Science and Engineering Fair. Ooh, a lot of kids in here. So I'm just going to read out their names. It's get a little easier. We have Justin Bernstein, Mitchell Goldstein, Zara Hawk, Ava Jackson, Lucy Lee, Audrey Lynn, Max Liu, Ashley Malkin, and Madeline Minichetti, Naomi Park once again, Colin Reynolds, Caitlin Tice, Ryan Wadwa, and Kiara Young. Some notable finishes in that list for engineering. Naomi finished in first, Justin in second. Applied technologies, Caitlin finished first, Naomi in third. Physical sciences, Naomi finished in third. Life science, Lucy finished fourth, Ashley in fifth. Biotechnology, Ashley finished in third, Eureka fifth. Future sustainability, Zara finished in first. Oceanology, Audrey finished in first. Naval Research Award was given to Madeline. A U.S. Air Force Award to Ryan. The Association of Women's Geoscientists to Kira, and Colin and Max were other fair finalists. So how about a big round of applause for those guys? Awesome. All right, getting there. All right, so now for my junior innovators. I'd say my favorite, but the high schoolers might get insulted. So the junior innovators, many of which are here. So if you hear your name, come on up. Hannah DeCruz for her implementation of rhizobium nitrofixation to increase overall crop production and inhibit fusarium wilt. Hannah finished in first place in environmental sciences. Awesome. Amelia Foll for reducing food waste with early visual detection of bread mold via a Bo Dippy colorimetric card detection of 1-octane 3-all. She finished in second place in life science and is one of the students nominated for the Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge. Awesome. Next, Bridget Haddon, demonstrating the persistence of Long Island Sound polyaromatic hydrocarbon contamination. Bridget had a lovely day. First place in physical sciences, the Pettit Family Foundation second place award, the Connecticut Science Teachers Award, best overall 8th grade physical science project, and another nomination for the Thermo Fisher Junior Innovators program. Awesome. Amaya, is Amaya here? I haven't seen her. Amaya for use of simple home remedy cleansers to selectively inhibit harmful bacteria on classroom surfaces. Amaya found some really interesting bacteria on those, so careful. Yeah, you can find, remnants of lunches from years gone by just by looking at the bacteria. It's not, yeah. Anyway, Amaya, thank you. She won the American Society of Safety Professionals. Very good. Sarah Ramtula, does our desire for convenient spring water come at an expense of meaningful microplastic harm? She won first place in the Future Sustainability Award and the Freeman Family Excellence in Chemistry Award. Very good. And Lula Wang, who I know is not here, she made a simple rapid detection of early maturity onset diabetes of the young, otherwise known as MODIs, via a random C-peptide biomarker. Essentially, she made what we know as a COVID test with the 2 little strips. She made one of those for something called MODIs, which is like, it's like diabetes, but not quite. And so the treatments are very different and it's often misdiagnosed. She won first place in middle school applied technologies, first place in Alexion, third place in life science, and is at the third nomination for the Juniors Innovators Challenge. Awesome stuff. And finally, Kate Wick, wavelength-specific illumination of hydroponic growth systems for increased crop production, finished in 5th place in Alexion Biotechnology, got a U.S. Metric Award and the Connecticut Science Supervisors Association Award. I know Kate is not here tonight, but awesome stuff. Very good. Almost done. Ooh. Sorry, Joe. So anyway, the last one is the 2023 Norwalk Community College Science Fair. So we had Justin Bernstein, Hannah DeCruz, Zara Hawk, Ava Jackson, Lucy Lee, Max Liu, Ashley Malkin, Naomi Park, Cullen Reynolds, Caitlin Tyson, Ryan Wadwa. Just the notables, Justin finished in 1st place overall, Ashley in 2nd, Naomi and Caitlin got honorable mentions. So awesome stuff for them. And finally, okay, so last but not least, the Regeneron International Science Fair and the Stockholm Junior Water Prize state winner are both Naomi Park. And I know that she's at ICEF, she received the EPA's top award for the most advanced best environmental science award at ICEF, which was really pretty amazing. I know she's already been approached by journals, and National Public Radio has had her on already. So it's really pretty cool. And she's on her way to Colorado tomorrow for this for this national competition, with the hopes of winning her way to Sweden. So we'll see. So awesome for Naomi. And just one last mention. This will take 2 seconds. This is handwritten. I just want you guys to know also, it's been these kids are amazing for so many reasons. But what's really pretty cool is they are paying the town back, in that many of them are promoting science either at the middle school or the elementary school level. Today, I was at Riverside, where Naomi and Justin actually put together a 6-week program where they were working with elementary school kids once a day, and they had a little science fair today. So it was kind of cool. And I know Zara ran something at the water club as part of something called STEM to Stern, where they basically move the STEM to Stern kids into science. And a couple of these young ladies participated in that affair, and I think, Sarah, you actually won. So that was amazing. So they do so much more, and I really thought that should be appreciated. So spoke about. All right. Take care.
Proud daddy moment. Andy inspired my my oldest daughter. She's an executive at Microsoft, and the science that he had directed her in is something she applies in her life today, and she's finds success because of it, and she attributes Andy for some of her success.
I was also going to say it was pretty impressive to see the number of women we had up here for the science, because we often hear that not as many women show up in math and science. So it was incredible to see all of the ladies up here today. So congratulations to all of them.
Okay, now it's the public hearing section of our meeting. It's time for the Greenwich High School Student Government, Mitch Goldstein, Vice President of Student Body. It's time for your speech. This is the last one, so it better be good.
Good evening, board members and meeting attendees. I'm Mitch Goldstein. As you know already, I'm the Vice President of Student Body. I stand before you today reflecting on this incredible year. I can't help but feel a sense of pride and gratitude. We've accomplished so much together, and it fills my heart with joy to see the progress we have made. But before I delve into my remarks, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude for the opportunity to serve as the GHS Student Body Vice President. It's been an honor and a privilege to be one of the liaisons to the Board of Education from GHS. Over the past year, we've witnessed moments of triumph, faced challenges head on, and learned valuable lessons that will stay with us together through our lives. We have come together as a community, supporting and lifting one another. And yet, As I look back on this year, I cannot help but acknowledge the areas where I still believe we can improve. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are essential aspects of any thriving community, and our high school is no exception. We have taken strides towards embracing diversity, but we must still do more. We must create an environment where every student feels seen, heard, and valued. So I urge you to continue supporting measures like our courses on African American Studies, or possibly thinking about hiring a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer for the Greenwich Public Schools. I know that making drastic changes in a highly polarized political climate can be difficult. However, it is essential to remember that the decisions made in this very room dictate what and how the next generation learns. And that is extremely powerful. On a different note, as I near the end of my term, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have supported me along the way. First and foremost, I want to thank the members of our esteemed board for their continuous support. Specifically, I want to thank Chairman Kelly, Ms. Hirsch, and of course, Ms. Stowe for attending our student government lunch meetings. Quite honestly, our lunch meetings were one of my favorite parts of student government, and I loved forming relationships and having discussions with the people that are in charge of making changes for our school. I'd also like to thank Mr. Silkman, the head of student government, who has been an incredible partner and leader. Mr. Silkman, your dedication, passion, and of course, unwavering commitment to representing the student's voice have been nothing short of inspiring. Thank you for being a driving force behind our successes. Furthermore, I want to express my profound appreciation to our esteemed principal, Mr. Mayo, and our vice principal, Ms. Tulada. Your open door policy, receptiveness to our ideas, and genuine care for our well-being have been crucial in creating a nurturing environment that allows us to thrive. Thank you for always listening to us and supporting our endeavors. Lastly, but certainly not least, I want to thank my partner in crime, Isabella Gega, the student body president. For those of you who don't know, Isabel and I actually go way back, and it's really crazy to think about how far we've come since we first sat next to each other in Miss Capielli's kindergarten class at North Street. But seriously, I do want to thank you for your leadership, your resilience, and your commitment to serving the student body, but most of all for being my friend for all those years. In closing, as I step away from the podium for the last time, I want to leave my successors, Caleb Calland and Omar Galal, with the challenge. Please continue to strive for excellence. You guys have the power to make a difference. Listen to one another and work together to build an inclusive, compassionate, and empowering high school community. So now, for the last time, on behalf of the student body, I'd like to thank the board for your time, and I look forward to seeing you all at graduation tomorrow. I now pass the microphone over to student body president, Isabella Gega.
Jesus, I might cry. I've known Mitch for 13 years, the longest 13 years of my life. And the funniest thing is today we had this little conversation, and then I forget who turns to us and they're like, you guys are like brother and sister. And Mitch goes, when you've known her for that long, you guys are practically family. So Mitch, best 13 years ever, man. So I'll start us off. Glad to be here again. Good evening, Chairman Kelly, Dr. Jones, and members of the board and meeting attendees. I am Isabella Gega, the student body president at Greenwich High School. Today, I have many mixed emotions as I bid farewell to this esteemed public school system that has been my second home for many years. As I reflect on my journey, I am overwhelmed with gratitude for the support, dedication, and commitment of each teacher, administrator, and board member toward the betterment of our educational community. I express my deepest gratitude to the parents who have also entrusted Greenwich Public Schools with their children. Your unwavering faith in our educational system is the foundation upon which we build our brighter futures. However, as we move forward, I implore our parents to remember a critical aspect of our collective responsibility. It is imperative that we place the needs and interests of our children above all else, free of any personal agendas. While I understand each parent has their own perspective, aspirations, and hopes for their children, we must remember our educational community thrives when we come together in unity, focus on what truly matters, the well-being and success of us, the students. To the parents, I say, trust the educational process, trust the dedicated professionals who have committed their lives to shaping young minds, and more importantly, trust your children's ability in forging their own paths. To the teachers, I give the biggest thank yous of all time. Thank you, Mr. Silkman, for being the oil of the machine that we call student government. Thank you to Ms. Foster for your invaluable support. Thank you to Mr. Mayo and Ms. Tulada, the two best people to be the face of our school. And a thank you to every teacher who has contributed to our educational experience and cheered us on every step of the way. Through thick and thin, they managed to malleate us into the independent, strong individuals we have become. And most importantly, to the students, we did it. Beyond the confines of textbooks and exams, we've displayed a thirst for knowledge, created a vibrant school community, and displayed perseverance unlike any other. That being said, I am beyond proud to be graduating with the class of 2023. I implore you all to remain curious and hungry for the future success. And as we venture into the next stage of our lives, let us remember that the significance Greenwich Public Schools holds as a vital stepping stone for future success. I'm almost there, I promise. As Mitch and I say our goodbyes, I am proud to introduce Caleb Callan as the incoming student body president, and Omar Galal as the incoming student body vice president. I am confident in their ability to continue our legacy and forge their own path that better Greenwich High School. I am terrible at goodbyes, terrible, so bad. I'll start crying right now, but I'm holding strong. But I will carry the last 13 years with me forever. I am only who I am because of the district's educational commitment. And I promise you, this is not the last of me, but for now, it has been my utmost pleasure. Thank you.
Couple words, boys.
Yes, I feel a bit underdressed, so I'll make sure to come out with at least a collared shirt next time. So I'm Caleb Kaland, the elected GHS student body president next year, as Giga said. I'm honored and excited to carry the torch of our past student body president, Isabella Giga, and Vice President Mitch, continuing to act as a voice for our student body and build on the work they have done, as well as bringing in new ideas to help support and improve the school in this coming year. I'm excited to hit the ground running with the new members of XCOM and see where this year takes us. Thank you.
These have been wonderful speeches from everyone. Everyone, my name is Omar Galal. I'm going to be the student body vice president next year. We can't wait to build on the work that Isabella and Mitch put in this year. And we're immensely grateful to the Board of Education and the GHS administration for this opportunity to partner the student government with the town. On a personal note, I really admire the work of the Board of Education. It's wonderful that the board takes strides to engage the community. And I'm excited to be able to contribute to these meetings as a representative of the student body. So thank you for this opportunity. And we wish you a wonderful summer.
Future looks bright. This is good. All those who have to go because of graduation responsibilities and homework and things like that. Sorry, Lil, I always cut everyone loose before you. We have the honor of hearing your speech. But if you have an engagement, please, now's a good time to take off. Next is our GEA President, Lil Perone. Well done, everybody. Thank you, student government. That was great.
Okay. There's a lot more.
Good evening, everyone. My friends at home, parents, community, board members, Chairman Kelly, Superintendent Dr. Jones. Oh, I have a new speech just 30 seconds ago because there's a change in plans. I didn't hear any announcements, so I'm going to make my announcements. So I'm speaking off the cuff, and that's why the police officer is here, and the back of the room. Right, my friend? Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So, first of all, I want to, just so impressive. I want to, my good friend, interim, athletic director, Pete Georgiou, just amazing. All of our all-state athletes, our state champions. The town just keeps producing excellence. It's just amazing. My friend Andy Bramante, amazing scientist and teacher. And the incredible, every year when I read what the students come up with, it is just simply outstanding and amazing. And I love that the thing's really going to help people in society in the future. And I remember last year with the one with the, did something for his family to help the grow of the coffee beans. So just outstanding. But congratulations to all those scholars, all those scientists, all those innovators. It is just truly amazing. Never underestimate a child or our students. Never. I also want to thank Mr. Goldstein and Ms. Gaga for their leadership at Greenwich High School. Truly amazing leaders. Just amazing, their speeches. I just want to quote one of the things Mr. Goldstein said, which was really impactful, and I hope you all really paid attention to what he was saying. Decisions made right here in this room impact what's going on in the classrooms. Decisions made in town impact. So we want to provide the best for our students. So when we're making those decisions, you know, let's keep that in mind. Let's fund our schools. Let's give them the best because they're giving us our best. And then Ms. Gaga made a very powerful, impactful statement. Trust the educational process. These are our teenagers. Trust the educational process and trust in the teachers that are professionals. I couldn't write a better speech than what those two comments are. So I want to say thank you to people. Yeah, so every year, I say to Dr. Jones, next year is going to be better, going to be smoother. And then this year I said the same thing. So just reelected, I have 2 more years. So 3rd time's a charm, you know, so every year is new. That's the great thing about teaching. Every new year, it starts something fresh, something, it's just a wonderful profession and wonderful to work here. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Jones. We've been through a lot. And we're going to still get it done. We get it done. So thank you very much. And my friend Frances, our PTA president. Come on down here, girlfriend. I want to thank you for your collaboration, your patience with me, our good times, our hard work together. You're just amazing. I wish you all the best. Your official GEA member. I got you a T-shirt, a little stress squeeze ball, everything. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I'm good, right? Okay, thank you.
No cuffs yet. That's it?
That's it.
Oh, no.
Well, I think
No controversy. Thank you. You scared me for a little bit. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Thanks, Lil. That was great. Thank you. GEA, Lil Perone, nice. And now we go to our PTAC, Francis Wunobe, outgoing president, and John Fisher, incoming president.
Thank you, Lil. Good evening. This is Francis Wunobe, mom of 3 GPS kids and outgoing PTAC president. It has been my honor to work across the district to serve as partner and point person for the 15 school PTAs and 15 plus PTAC council committees. For those of you who couldn't join us at Town Hall on May 25th, PTAC recognized our outstanding PTA members. who through exemplary achievement inspire others, demonstrate selfless spirit, and make a significant difference in our school community. This year, PTAC bestowed the Lifetime Essence Award to Valerie Rimmer and the Essence Award for Excellence in Volunteerism to Kate Elliott Bocassi. Fellow nominees were Carrie Bisbee, Christina Broderick, Carrie Gruss, Angie Hartophilus, who you've seen many times here, Layla Horn, Ann Rockel, Maureen Harper, Michelle Horgan, Jeanette Liel, Janet McMahon, and Dawn Wistrand. One of the nominees humbly said, "I really don't think I can compete with the many other volunteers out there. I normally just pick up the odd jobs no one else wants to do." For which we say a sincere thank you. 3 cheers to our PTAs who make balloon arches, plant flowers, pick up ice, secure permits, plan field trips, write newsletters, host webinars, fundraise, learn Robert's rules, and our all-time favorite, attend Board of Education meetings, hours of Board of Education meetings. Thank you to our PTA army of volunteers, including the volunteers to my left and right, who do so much for our schools. I was so pleased to ring out the school year at our first in-person year-end celebration since the pandemic, and I was especially delighted to hear several say that it wasn't the stuffy affair they were expecting. Because as I said that night, this work is supposed to be fun. We do this work for the smiles. We will soon post our PTAC annual report, including our district compilation video, and you will see the smiles of the kids. Turning to tonight's consent agenda, PTAC advocates for number 1, our school buildings and our grounds, specifically OGS and CMS. It's time to put a shovel in the ground. Around and around in circles, and the costs just go up and up. At this time, it really seems unlikely that even those kids entering kindergarten this year will have a chance to go to a school in safe, code compliant, and education ready schools. It's depressing. It's exhausting. PTAC continues to advocate for our students and to advocate for investment in infrastructure, which will stand long after today's back and forth. Number 2, our school superintendent. Please extend Dr. Jones's contract and maintain consistency in this district. We all remember the long parade of superintendents who rapidly turned over before Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones arrived in July 2019 and has been a steady, guiding hand on the district since. Upon taking the superintendent role, she immediately had to shepherd the district through a worldwide pandemic, rolled out K-12 remote and hybrid learning, managed through multiple building calamities, and kept our academics strong and our school doors open. Under her leadership, the curriculum has been standardized and enhanced. The GPS's third-party ratings have improved. GPS has become an employer of choice for professional educators. In addition, Dr. Jones has been an excellent communicator with the community, welcoming our questions and considerate of our suggestions. We ask the board to extend Dr. Jones's contract and stop the rabble-rousing. And lastly, but most importantly, number 3, our students. As we send off our seniors tomorrow and take a moment to watch our preschoolers, 5th graders, and 8th graders move up, please take to heart the words of wisdom you hear: kindness, empathy, teamwork, resilience, creativity, compassion, leadership, friendship. The mission of Greenwich Public Schools is to educate all students at the highest levels of academic achievement, to enable them to reach and expand their potential, and to prepare them to become productive, responsible, ethical, creative, and compassionate members of society. I'm honored the part that PTA can play in that process. Now, it's time for me to hand the mic over to incoming PTAC President John Fisher. As I depart, I leave you and the public comments to follow with wisdom from the North Street School kids who performed in the PTA performance of Madagascar. Take a moment to breathe in. It'll help if you sing. Relax, be cool, chill out. No, you don't need to shout. Relax, be cool, chill out. The situation's been heavily overblown. So relax, be cool, chill out. We didn't mean to shout. Relax, be cool, chill out. We can work it out. Relax, be cool. Peace out. Have a great summer.
Thank you, Francis. And thank you for being an amazing PTAC president and singer, apparently. And for all your hard work for the schools and for the kids. As Francis said, I'm John Fisher. I will be your PTAC president for the coming year. For all those who heard me speak the other evening, you'll remember that I noted that we will be hearing people involved in the politics of this election year talk about their support for our schools, their support for education. PTAC will be listening carefully. We trust those will be sincere expressions of support. PTAC looks forward to continuing to work with everyone in the community to advance the very best educational experience that Greenwich can provide for all of our children. And that's the end of my PTAC comments. If I may, I'd like to have say a few of my own personal comments. These are my own, not PTAC's. I'm always surprised by the things we see and hear on Twitter and op-eds and public comments suggesting that PTAC and PTAs are somehow malicious and malign. There was even something online suggesting that PTAC is a cadre of wrong-headed PTA skis preparing to barge into homes and force social, emotional, and mental well-being on others. Nothing could be further from the truth. I'd like to help everyone visualize the PTAs and PTAC. What we're talking about when we talk about PTAs and PTAC is volunteer moms and dads. Volunteer moms and dads aren't jackbooted thugs forcing anything on anyone. When PTA members put on their jackboot boots, they look more like this, like Puss in Boots and Kitty Soft Paws. And we especially look like this when we're doing our parent social fundraising events, which are fun, and you should join them. The reality is there's 15 independent PTAs in town, and those PTAs each have hundreds of independent, free-thinking member families. PTA actions are more like herding ducks, if you will, like this. Now, if it seems like PTA actions are orchestrated and aligned, that says everything about those thousands of volunteer moms and dads' shared focus on the very best educational experience for every kid. Now, don't get me wrong. PTAs and PTA members are a powerful force in our community. We work collectively, collaboratively. We get a lot of things done, and those things are all good and all for the kids and the community. It's more appropriate if you think of us as a colony of bees. We go out and collect, in our case, we fundraise, and then through each individual's efforts, we collectively make positive contributions to build our school communities, improve our school environments, and enhance our kids' educational experience. If the bee analogy is taken to its illogical conclusion, it might be tempting to think, well then, PTAC would be like a queen bee. But unfortunately, the bee analogy falls apart there because, as you can see, I don't look anything like this. But I do like a good cup of coffee and a good book. With that, I thank you for the time. We hope everyone enjoys a well-deserved summer break, and we can all look forward to the coming school year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and welcome. Now it's time for our community comment. We will begin with Susie Ponce. Is the E silent? Yes, okay, and then followed by a special guest, Sophia Bianca. How cool is that? Bianco, sorry.
message because I know he's we good? Let me hold it.
Hello, my name is Adelina, and I am in 4th grade. Thank you, Dr. Jones. You're my hero. You saved me from being bullied any further. The school that I am in now is safe. I want to ask the school bosses to please do 2 things to help kids like me. First, to have a remote class for parents of kids that bully. This way, the parents of kids that bully can learn what they need to do at home to make their kids stop bullying other kids. Second, I would like to ask that all assistant principals follow the same rules at all of the schools. When the kid that bullied me all through 3rd grade and a part of 4th grade found out where my new school is, she tried to continue bullying me. She sent me bad messages with one of my new classmates at my new school. My new assistant principal made it stop, and it never happened again. That is how all assistant principals and schools should fix bullying. Being bullied was a horrible experience, and I don't want anyone to go to suffer like I did every day. I am learning to forgive the kid that bullied me like Jesus forgave his bullies. I want to help other kids to be safe like I am now, but without having to move schools like I did. That can only happen if their parents help their kids to stop bullying. So please let there be money in the budget for the parent bully class. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia. Sophia will be followed by Jackie Homan.
Chairman Kelly, Dr. Jones, and board members, my name is Sophia Bianco, and I'm in 8th grade at CMS. Well, actually, just a few days from being a freshman at Greenwich High School. My capstone project was about creating awareness and finding ways in which we could increase resources for earlier detection for reading disabilities. 1 in 10 people are at some point in their lives diagnosed with reading disabilities. Research shows that early detection and earlier intervention can make a huge difference in a school's academic achievement, and for many, it is a turning point in their lives. Struggling students are often pushed through the education system, particularly when they do not have parents that won't take no for an answer, or the student has developed their own coping mechanism, and so their disability is missed. The board and Dr. Jones should continue to put additional research into additional resources into allowing more children to be tested for earlier detection for reading disability so that the proper resources and tools can be opened up for those students as early as possible in order to help them be successful. Without earlier intervention, kids will get lost, and even intervention later in their school years is not enough. They will still struggle and will always be many steps behind their peers. You will destroy the chance to ever catch up if you don't make changes in how the district tests for reading disabilities in elementary level. Otherwise, if you identify the disability late, the only person who's struggling is the student. They're racing to catch up with their peers, and they will never win. It certainly does not make for a level playing field. Isn't it easier and less expensive to detect reading disabilities at a younger age when you have more time to fix it than finding it later and racing to undo the years you missed? No children with learning disabilities should be forgotten or prevented from getting the necessary resources so that they can reach their full potential. I respectfully ask the board and Dr. Jones, when focusing on the budget this upcoming year, to factor in what it would cost to implement the yearly detection program. They should make a difference. You could make a difference in so many young lives and set our academic career on the right track for the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. I second that. I struggle myself and had learned to put coping mechanisms in place, and thank you for that comment. Jackie Holman. She online?
Ms. Holman, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Jones. I understand that the superintendent's contract renewal is on the agenda. And before you make your final decision tonight, I'm hoping that you will entertain the following what-if scenarios. What would happen if an undercover journalist released a video that revealed Greenwich schools discriminated against hiring Democrats, atheists, and recent college graduates? What if a group of Greenwich educators decided to secretly implement curriculum from Hillsdale College without the Board of Education's approval in direct violation of the Connecticut education law? What if a student captured a video of a teacher telling children that sex is a binary and that gender-affirming care is harmful and unproven? What if students were forced to attend an all-school assembly run by Turning Point USA, where they were encouraged to come out and proudly declare their MAGA pride in front of the whole school? What if guidance counselors were caught giving out pro-life flags and stickers that said, "God bless America"? What if a school employee was caught secretly helping a student transition to Catholicism without the knowledge of their parents? What if an employee was caught recommending books to transgender students about detransitioning? What if vaccinated employees were forced to undergo experimental testing every week to make sure they weren't shedding? What if free Bible clinics were set up on school grounds and outside of sports practices, and students who didn't attend the Bible clinics were shamed in the classroom for being unholy? What if students were told the only resources they could use for their homework were Fox News, Breitbart, and Newsmax? What if teachers used a private Discord server to share scripture from the Bible and promote Christian values to students without their parents' knowledge? What if the high school sociology class taught students that systemic racism is a myth that is used to keep people divided? What if educators were forced to read the book American Marxism by Mark Levin and then required to incorporate the findings into the classroom? What if the Media Center received a free Donald Trump book library that featured books celebrating his presidency and the America First movement that he built? Did any of those
30
scenarios
seconds.
feel uncomfortable? Because if any of them did, and you answered yes, then I wonder why tonight's debate is over how many more years are added to the superintendent's contract for the sake of continuity, when perhaps the discussion should be about holding the superintendent accountable for breaking the board's policies, violating education law, and creating a politically charged and divisive environment.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Joe Solari, you're up next, followed by David Lancaster. You're on deck, David. Come on up. Come on up, join us. It's the first time you're here since our new setup. Welcome.
Good. Nice to see you all. See you. Good evening, Board of Education members, Superintendent Tony Jones, and audience herein. I'll be brief. I know it is a big decision that you all have to make on the extension of the contract for Ms. Jones or Dr. Jones. I know how it works in business, where a CEO reports to the board and the board reports to his shareholders and the shareholders of the company, just like the Board of Ed represents the taxpayers in the town and the parents of the children here. And I certainly applaud all the effort the board has done in trying to guide our school forward in the best way possible. And I hope you continue to do so with this contract. And as I understand it, you have new metrics that you'll be measuring the superintendent with and the school with going forward. And I'm just here to say, I hope those metrics include greater transparency, a greater focus on academic, athletic, and arts excellence over a lot of the divisive nonsense that many parents across the community have been troubled by. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And David, come on up. How are you, sir? Watch the wire here. You gotta go to the other side. Good.
Members of the BOE. Tonight, I'm speaking solely as a private citizen and taxpayer, though I'm on the RTM from District 12. I'm asking this board not to renew Dr. Jones' contract as superintendent of schools. The reasons are many, but primarily, one, the continued presence of social engineering in curriculums, a lack of transparency and respect for parental rights, academic results, and discriminatory hiring practices. Superintendent Jones repeatedly says Greenwich Public Schools do not teach critical race theory. This is only an approximate truth, more like a sin of omission, or a Jesuit would call a mental reservation. Either way, the intent is to deceive. The fact of the matter is Dr. Jones doesn't need to promote classical CRT if she can till the academic soil using its many intellectual capillaries like social emotional learning. This is what she has done. She also promotes radical gender ideology. As one example, just last month, the 9th grade class at Greenwich High School was shown a radical gender film in health class. Parents who opted out of this were shocked to learn their opt-outs were not honored. Parental rights were violated. No answers, as usual, were forthcoming from the administration. This is why FOIA requests have skyrocketed during her tenure. The lack of transparency and honesty has fueled this. This neo-Marxist poison is evil and is corroding the minds and souls of our young. A toxic combination of gender ideology and race grievance focused on the evil of whiteness. Regarding academics, if you go to the state of Connecticut's Ed site, you will see that the Greenwich scores are not stellar, despite costing well over $20,000 per student. The disparity of student scores from different parts of Greenwich is striking. Those areas with higher scores are such because the parents can afford tutors to make up for the poor curriculums. This has been an open secret for years, and I'm a native of this town. Math scores at the elementary school level are also down significantly. We are simply not advancing academically for the entire population. As if all this isn't enough, the Boland affair has brought ignominy and shame upon the Greenwich School administration and Tony Jones, who promoted Mr. Boland. He said aloud what many suspected was occurring. Blatant discrimination in hiring is illegal, and in this case, a grave offense to devout Catholics and all people of goodwill. Sadly, the investigations are still ongoing within the town and by the Connecticut's Attorney General and the Department of Education. There's no fixing this situation anymore.
30 seconds.
To quote Churchill in reference to a political opponent, Dr. Jones is like a bull who carries her own china shop with her. This decision may be difficult for some of you who have developed a close working relationship with her. Yet those of us who work in the private sector must do this all the time with those who make a lot of money and don't perform on matters less important than the education of the young. Let us as a town and community clean our educational house and start anew by hiring a new superintendent who is committed to academic excellence over social engineering.
Thank you.
Please do not
Thank you, David.
vote to renew this contract.
Thank you. And next will be Amy. Me, what is,
I've been mispronouncing.
sorry. Sorry about that. And also Gabriella Marcus. Fantastic, thank you.
It's okay. Dr. Jones, Chairman Kelly, and members of the Board of Education, we thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ami Muth, continuing PTAC DEI co-chair, and Gabriella Marcus, incoming PTAC DEI co-chair as of July 1st. We would like to remind everyone that June is LGBTQ+ Pride Month, a time when we celebrate the progress made in equality, diversity, and LGBTQ identities, while recognizing that barriers still exist in realizing true universal equity. Was started as a human rights protest over 50 years ago in New York City has grown into marches and events and celebrations around the world. June is also Caribbean American Heritage Month. And importantly, Juneteenth commemorates June 19th, 1865, the day that Major General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, the last city still held by Confederate forces, and freed the last people still held in slavery, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was actually signed. These significant recognitions of our diverse American heritage exist because for so long they were missing from our history books and our broader social discussions and awareness. As we look back on this year, we are reminded of our mission to foster an overall sense of belonging within the GPS community by intentionally building relationships and inviting diverse perspectives to the PTA. We are also reminded that the need for DEI representation exists because these and many other stories weren't being told. The people weren't being recognized or heard or celebrated. Injustices persist in that darkness. The importance of allies showing up and speaking up cannot be overappreciated. We hope that through educating our children about these and other important historic events and cultures, we can continue to build on the fragile, threatened progress that has been made and create a more inclusive future for our children. We put effort into ensure that our students are being taught a complete and inclusive history, and that our teachers, educational leaders, media specialists, and librarians are able to provide education and learning resources that support our students' learning without fear of confrontation and retribution. We want to assure these allies, some of the most important people in our children's lives, have all of our support to do their job in the best way they can. The small number of loud voices expressing intolerance and exclusion only have power when we let them shout over all the rest of us. Let's instead work to ensure the historically underrepresented voices are heard. It helps us all when we hear the stories of those who have for
30 seconds.
For so long been left out. It harms no one whose story is being told. No one. We had a fantastic, popular, family-friendly LGBTQ Pride event and celebration on June 4th. It was perhaps unsurprising, but no less shocking to see the lengths that intolerant people will go to prevent marginalized members from our town, our community, our schools from feeling welcome and included. This is today, June of 2023, over 50 years since the Stonewall human rights protests. And in this environment, allies are important and their support for our work is important.
Time.
In continuation to Emmy, and good evening. My name is Gabriela Marcus, the incoming DEI committee co-chair from July 1st. I'm looking forward to working with you and the community in this coming year. DEI would like to thank Dr. Jones and the GEA for the strong message sent out last Friday against the hateful signs and rhetoric that occurred before and after the LGBTQ Pride event, June 4th. The First Selectman Diversity Advisory Council for recognizing that anti-Semitism is still a problem in our town and in our schools, just like in the rest of the country, and for working to help bring awareness and education around the Holocaust and diverse cultural identities to Greenwich. DEI would like to thank you. The Greenwich Public Library System, in particular, Jennifer Meinhardt, head of youth service and at Perot Library, for helping us build our DEI library to share books around Heritage Months. Her leadership, knowledge, support of our DEI initiatives has been invaluable. DEI would like to thank you. The Greenwich Alliance for participating with us, EMS, PTA, and the PTAs of its feeder schools to bring Mark Brackett to EMS last fall to share his knowledge about emotional intelligence, key to raising healthy, happy, and successful children. We would also like to thank the Greenwich Alliance for the many ways they financially support opportunities for all of our students to have similar experiences, regardless of their circumstances. DEI would like to thank you. The DEI reps across our PTAs who work for their PTA and school leadership to enrich curriculum and experiential opportunities and create ways to celebrate our students' rich cultures by learning from each other and bringing in resources to support that. Equity across all of our schools and PTAs remains a priority for our reps. DEI would like to thank you. Members of GPS who have been supportive of DEI and have worked to collaborate with us in sharing heritage information with school leadership and brainstorming around ways to provide diverse and equitable experiences to all of the students in Greenwich. DEI would like to thank you. For those who haven't gotten involved yet, it's
30
never too late,
seconds.
and it never has been more important. Thank you and enjoy your summer. We look forward for the fall when we will begin our second year as a standing PTAC committee. Thank you.
Janet McMahon. Oh, then we'll have to go Cara Philbin. Is Cara here or is she online?
Ms. Philbin is online. She has been, her talking is turned on.
Hello. Hi. Hi, I'm Kara Filden. I'm RTM District 10 Education Committee, but I am speaking on my own behalf. Too much emphasis on other and too many initiatives that distract from the primary goal of educating our children is directly reflected in the data. Overall, the district is trending down. U.S. News and World Reports changed our ranking from 7th to 9th. I've heard too many times that we cannot be compared to other communities because of our diversity. This is not true. All students are capable of achieving when properly set up for success. In fact, the current Connecticut 7th ranked school is 99% minority, and number 2 is 78% minority compared to our 38%. Greenwich's top scorers are leaving, explaining the drop in scores at all of our middle schools. In many cases, the West Side schools are achieving far less than the East Side. Of our 5 magnet schools, despite extra federal funding, only ISD is performing well. Our STEAM Hamilton Avenue magnet is only scoring 35.7% in science. In ELA, 9 out of 14 schools experienced a decline. With the exception of 5 schools, math scores have decreased, in some cases significantly. COSCOB decreased by 12 points, with only 62% of students meeting or exceeding expectations. Last year's 3rd through 5th graders received little to no learning loss intervention. These 5th grade scores fell 6 points to 75% ELA and 65% math. A 2021 superintendent directive to only give homework as necessary resulted in too little practice time for math. $16 million in ARP-ESSER federal dollars for learning loss was not properly allocated, as evidenced by this poor performance, and certainly not warranting a raise considering Dr. Jones is already the highest paid town employee. This is unacceptable. The Board of Ed needs to start doing their job, working together, and fix this. You cannot solve ideological differences, and it is not your job. The common ground is more direct instruction, less
30
technology use, especially in the younger years, and a focus on academics first. It is absolutely time to respect all parents by mandating opt-in for all controversial programming. Thank you.
Janet McMahon, come on up. It's your turn.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Jones, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. While I'm a member of the RTM, I am speaking tonight as an individual and as a taxpayer and public school parent. They say that 3rd time's a charm, so I'm hoping that tonight you will again support and reaffirm your vote in favor of the Central Middle School ed specs. As you're aware, these ed specs have been carefully and thoughtfully created with the input and buy-in of most, if not all, CMS educators, administration, and staff. These individuals do not have any political agenda or motives. They just want to deliver high-quality education to our students in next-generation classrooms. These ed specs also seek to maintain the rigorous academic standards that both Greenwich taxpayers and parents want and expect. Further diminishing these specifications will negatively impact our educational standards and therefore property values. I attended my daughter's moving up ceremony at North Street School earlier today, so I have an incoming Central Middle Schooler again. I want to make you aware that there are many of us in the parent community that are rightfully anxious about the timing of the school's construction, since the structural fixes made last year are only short-term fixes. Therefore, we also respectfully request that construction begin as soon as possible. Let's not waste any more precious time and potentially close down CMS to shore it up again. Let's build a high-quality, brand-new Central Middle School quickly and efficiently. That starts with your vote tonight. Please vote yes a third time on the Central Middle School ed specs as written in August and revised in April. I would also like to address another item on tonight's agenda, the contract extension of our wonderful, extremely effective, hardworking, and dedicated superintendent, Dr. Tony Jones. I was here before you back in May 2021 to voice my support then, and I come back here tonight to voice my unequivocal support again. During my 9 years in the Greenwich Public Schools, I've seen 4 superintendents come and go. Dr. Jones has not only stood the test of time, but a global pandemic, countless school shootings across the country and scares close to home, budget cuts, multiple building closures, and a thankfully short bus strike and more. Dr. Jones has managed all of these obstacles with aplomb.
30 seconds.
While always being empathetic and forthcoming with information to the GPS community at large. During her 4-year tenure at GPS, our academic rankings have improved drastically on niche.com, US News and World Reports, and Public School Review. In fact, according to niche.com, we're now ranked 3rd in the best school districts in Connecticut and 3rd in the districts with the best teachers in Connecticut. That is in large part due to Dr. Jones's thoughtful and visionary leadership. We've been infinitely lucky to have Dr. Jones at our helm since. Thank you.
Jen Ben, you're up.
Good evening, members of the board, Chairman Kelly, Dr. Jones, and guests. My name is Jen Bensavengo, and I am the proud principal of Old Greenwich School. This morning, 59 fifth graders sailed on from OGS to Eastern Middle School. Being an OGS Dolphin means at your roots, you live and love by the very special Old Greenwich core values of be here, be kind, be safe, and be gentle. You work hard to achieve your personal goals while celebrating the success of those around you. We are so proud to send them off with a strong academic foundation, sense of self, and as advocates for their community. As the advocate for my entire OGS community, I'm here this evening to ask for your continued support for our school building renovation project. Later this evening, you will hear from our dedicated building committee chair and professional team about the detailed estimates developed for our project. I want to take a moment to thank our entire volunteer committee for meeting at 7 a.m., sometimes 7 p.m., sometimes on weekends, in person, Zoom, from afar while on business and pleasure in Japan, London, California, and Chile. Our committee has dedicated 50 meetings and countless hours for the betterment of the Old Greenwich School and community. The presentation will highlight the efforts taken to address the immediate needs necessary to establish a safe, secure, and accessible school for all in Old Greenwich. I also want to take a moment to thank Dr. Jones for her efforts to prioritize the needs of our school community and that of my colleagues. Dr. Jones is a hands-on superintendent who has always had the best interest of the school's staff and students at the forefront of her mind. Just last week, as the red haze spread from Canada through Greenwich, she called me throughout the afternoon to ensure our 120-year-old school was faring well with the dropping air quality both inside and outside of our building. She was concerned for the safety of my students and my staff. Having worked for 17 superintendents in 25 years in Greenwich, it is comforting to know she will always answer the phone and thoughtfully respond to the needs of our special school by the shore. The ongoing support of our building committee, the Board of Education, and Dr. Jones are deserving of the greatest Old Greenwich award we have, the Old Greenwich School Dolphin Award for living our core values with dolphin pride. So here you go.
30 seconds, or are you? That's okay.
Thank you, Jen Ben. Claire Kilgallen. She's not here. Is she online? She's online.
Go ahead, Claire.
Good evening, Claire Kilgallen. I'm speaking tonight as a community member, a taxpayer, a Greenwich parent. Wanted to talk about a few different things. I support the contract extension for Dr. Jones, and just to remind people that before Dr. Jones, the communication we get from Dr. Jones is unparalleled. The weekly messages, all of the publications that have been put together during her tenure to really keep parents as informed as they want to be, and I appreciate that. I also want to indicate my support for the Old Greenwich project, but I want to turn my attention to the CMS Ed Specs. You know, now is the time. Thank you to the board for your work and collaboration with the large team of educators who've worked countless hours in developing these appropriate Ed Specs, the 81,005 square feet of program space to deliver a building that supports collaborative learning. You know, this is not a supersized school as some claim. And I would like to share something that, you know, multiple architects commented positively on the thoughtful work that was put into the program space and size. And given the bipartisan work on the adjustments to the program space, I know the community looks forward to the entire board moving these specs forward today. And when you vote, vote as is your duty in the best interest of the students. Children and a school building are not political, and they deserve a modern facility. Thank you.
Okay. Diana Martinez. Is she here or online? Diana? No. Thomas Kenya?
Joe, hold on, Joe. She's online. I just unmuted her. Diana, you can go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Jones, Chairman Kelly, and members of the Board of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. Also, thank you, Dr. Jones, for condemning the display of hate on our town's lawn last week, when a bigoted group who will not own up to their act desecrated the safe space in which we proudly hang our flag, our rainbow flag. Various groups have pointed fingers rather than make a direct statement of support for the rainbow flag and what it represents. But we will need to be clear to our LGBTQ+ families and children that we embrace who they are. One way we can do that is to give equal representation to all groups in our curriculum and to teach children the story of their people and the ways in which that story intertwines with the larger story of humanity. This is what I set out to do when I asked to read a book about gay pride to my son's 5th grade class, an obvious gap in his curriculum, even though 2 of his peers in class have parents that identify as LGBTQ+. I chose a historically accurate children's book about the Stonewall riots, which tells about the courageous acts of rioters in 1969, which led to the designation of June as Gay Pride Month. But we were told the book did not portray police officers in a positive light. We were given a list of books featuring gay characters that we could choose instead, which we did. Parents would have to opt in if they wanted their children to participate in the reading, and we could only do it in the courtyard unless it rains. I wanted to read you an excerpt from my son's letter to his principal about the matter. Quote, you say the Stonewall book shows police in a negative light, but it's the truth. Police were destroying the community that gay people built, the one and only place they could go to be free and be themselves. The only negative thing about that was the police imprisoning them, not the author telling about it. I think you should reconsider not letting the true meaning of gay pride be learned in school. I would similarly pose my son's challenge to this board. Pride isn't just a flag we wave to create the illusion of diversity. It's a commitment to embrace people who've been stigmatized and marginalized and to tell the truth about their experiences. If we want to avoid incidents of hatred toward the LGBTQ+ community so brazenly posted on our lawn, we will have to tell the truth about history. We will have to honor our students and their families' identities through what we learn and talk about in school, through the representations of what children even recognize as families and heroes in the books they read.
30 seconds.
This year's 5th grade literature selections were fierce. Ben's 5th grade class read stories about racism, the struggle of Mexican-American farm laborers, yet his teachers had to present the option to opt out to parents, and I know they received criticisms for these selections. Teachers have to walk on eggshells to teach what are considered classic young adult texts. I think we can all agree that it shouldn't be this hard to tell the stories of underrepresented and marginalized groups, many of whom are the very students sitting before us in our classes. Thank you.
Thomas Kenya. Am I saying that right, Kenya?
It's Kanya.
Kanya.
Yes. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. And also thank you. I wrote emails to every single one of you and you responded and took the time to speak to me. I also thank you about that. Very, very big and I wasn't unexpected. I stand here tonight about the policies that Greenwich Board of Education has put into place that are harmful effect to my family. In 2015, my husband and our 2 children moved to Greenwich. Our children have attended North Miami School from kindergarten. In 5 short days, we'll move up to middle schoolers. While our family is unique to Greenwich and the only one like it in North Miami, having a unique family structure with 2 fathers was never an issue. They're the classmates. We never felt any sort of discrimination until last year when I was approached by another parent to read a book about the rainbow flag that highlighted the diversity in the gay community. Despite teacher support, we were told that such a book could not be read in Greenwich due to BOE policy. At first, I did not believe that such a policy could be legal in Connecticut. In fact, I called my childhood friend, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz, who confirmed the policy was targeted and family structure was explicitly not allowed in Connecticut. However, through our efforts, we were told we'd be able to read the book in a secondary school location, and then told that parents would have to be able to opt in their children to hear the book read. In the end, 100% of the parents opted in, and we were allowed to read the book in the classroom. This year, we again approached school administration about reading a book about the Stonewall riots to their 5th grade class. Again, we have been relegated to a secondary school location, and again, parents have the opt out in the reading. The Stonewall riots are a critical part of human rights expansion in the United States history, serving as the home of the modern day gay rights movement, but also the model of how rights can be gained by all marginalized and targeted Americans. A fact that many school members do not know, 20.3% of Gen Zs identified as LGBTQ. Given this, the introduction of gay rights movement needs to be a priority. The lessons can be learned from Stonewall, and any right movements are especially pertinent in today's America. In states, not only are our gay community being targeted and misrepresented and laws being passed that aim to once again marginalize us, but also worse for our transgender brothers and sisters who have been even further targeted and marginalized. Given the history of Stonewall, the gay community will not take these matters sitting down, and will use our great resources, energy, intellect to beat back all these laws based solely on these hate and ignorance. I'll skip ahead. Tomorrow, I've given in. We will probably have to do a read in the courtyard. Truly a sign that the Greenwich Board of Education views gay students, gay parents, and gay allies as 3rd-class citizens. The collateral damage is my 10-year-old boys. I repeat, my 10-year-old boys to the collateral damage. They're so proud of their fathers. They're so proud of their family. They're so proud of their family structure. And this woman sat on national television, sitting there condemning us.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Let's not get personal, please.
Let's not get personal. It is personal.
No,
I'm sorry.
let's not
It is
pick
personal.
people. We try
It
not
is.
to pick people out. We try
It
to
is
hear
personal.
thoughts and
And
feelings.
anyone who wants gay
Understand.
rights and gay, I have them here. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go to the superintendent's report. Dr. Jones, I know we had a bit of a little spillage over there, so hopefully we can recover without any damage. Take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. First of all, just a reminder, and I know the students have all mentioned it, but tomorrow is probably one of our biggest days of the year, and that is graduation. Really looking forward to that. And it's supposed to be beautiful weather, kind of like it was last year, where it has little bits of rain during the day. And then hopefully when the sun goes down, it'll be breezy and cool. So that's what we're all hoping for. Also, there is a report on here tonight for summer school. I sent some of you sent a few questions. We sent those out to you. So hopefully you had a chance to read those, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention Tara Fogel and the work that she has really done, pulling summer school together. It's an enormous job. And this year we started with the first challenge, and that was just where can we even host summer school? Because we have so many summer projects that are ongoing. And of course, we work with our partners in the town with Park and Rec. They've lost the Civic Center, Eastern Civic Center. So most of our buildings are closed in the summer. So great job, Tara. And also Dr. Carabillo helps her and helps her in preparing for that. And I think when you hear that report tonight, you'll also see that we're continuing to grow that program. It looks so different than it did several years ago. And I think our parents are really grateful for the options that they have to make their summer look right for their children and what works for them. And then I just want to say congratulations. Also, we have a lot of moving up ceremonies that have started for our 5th graders. Congratulations also to our 8th graders. And those will finish up. I think the last one is actually on Monday. So we're winding down. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. I forgot to mention this before. We are kind of pushed for time. All of us have graduation tomorrow. So if anyone has any questions of the superintendent, please put your hand up. Otherwise, we'll go into the next thing. Going once, going twice. I see no questions. Now we'll go to reports of officers, committees, and liaisons. Would anyone have a report they'd like to give? Christina?
Super quick. The Havemeyer Committee, which Joe and I serve on, has continued to meet. At present, we're waiting. There's an engineering firm who we've worked with, who've hired, who's doing an assessment of the building. We expect to get a report in July. So that's where we are.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kathleen?
Just real fast, the Greenwich Alliance, the party was a huge success with 50 Avid alum, Avid educators, and many community supporters, including Dr. Jones and Chair Kelly. They officially launched the Avid Success Alumni Association. Today, they were awarded their first CIP check from the Greenwich United Way for their Avid Success Transition to College Summer Program. And tuning into music recital was last week at Western Middle School. 50 students performed for proud parents. They're graduating 2 students who've received these free lessons for 7 years and have been playing at Greenwich High School. School psychologists Alina and Fabian were busy this week with 2 Dare to Care programs. This is a continuing grant from the Alliance. The programs include a performance by Rinro students to preschoolers at New Lebanon about friendship and a mindfulness retreat this past weekend for children and parents.
Next. Michael.
So the Research Ed Conference, Dr. Jones was able to identify a new date. Recall we had some issues with the first date. So right now and we got confirmation today that we are targeting April 6th of next year to host the Research Ed Conference at Greenwich High School. So excited about that, and more work on that over the summer and the fall.
Great work. That's great work. Anybody else? I will talk quick about the building committee nobody talks about, which is the JC building committee. We are about to sign a contract with if we haven't done already, with the architect to design the elevator, which could access all 3 floors. But that's part of the debate, whether it's only 2 floors or 3 floors, making the 2nd floor ADA accessible. We're also looking at or have designs on the entryway, both security and ADA access to the entranceway of JC. And it looks promising. We'll get a lot done in a very near future. Okay, no more. One more, Michael. Oh, point of order. Sorry.
So if there's no more, there are 2 agenda items that have a lot of community members here for CIAC and the Old Greenwich Building Committee. I don't know if there's any more, but given the hour, I'm wondering if it makes sense to move both of those agenda items, amend up so that we can then move forward with the rest of the agenda.
Go ahead. You have a.
I was gonna say one I know is an action item, so I know it's really not just move it in between, I think. the discussion items.
Michael, I think we can move quickly on these couple items. Can we give that a shot? And then if we drag out, then we'll readdress that.
The OG guys are on the clock too, so. we'll
Right.
save that.
Oh, that's okay. That's important. Greenwich High School entryway, Christina, discussion items.
Thank you. And you know what, maybe we just move the OG as the first action item at a minimum. How about that? Okay, James. Okay, GHS entryway, which a letter was shared with the board from our esteemed building chair, Steve Walco, who's I'm gonna drag him. He's here, yes? To fill in, so with the bids were received, Steve, I'm not gonna steal Steve's thunder. The bids were received. It's a little closer than we had, a little higher than we'd wanted. But I think we just, in the interest of transparency and a community conversation, Steve will present where the building committee was. We took a vote this morning to go through the project and just so the board understands where we are. Steve?
Please, Steve, come join us. We always like to have you join us.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. Steve Walco, Chairman of the Greenwich High School Building Committee. I see Dave Stein is here, who's also our architect, but I think he's here on another project. Hopefully not on our clock. So
We didn't ask him to come, so he's not on ours, Steve.
And this is really for an update. The bids came in, and if you were around for the Hamilton Avenue construction project back in the day, you know that we started that project within budget, but without enough contingency. And if you've done any building projects, whether at your home or otherwise, you know that generally speaking, you're looking for about a 10% at minimum contingency, just so that when you start the project, you have enough money for change orders. In this case, our bids from what we thought we were coming in with, and don't forget, we relied on the values that were given to us on the first round, came in about 14% higher than we had estimated. And we had built in, we thought, enough leeway there. We had two bidders, all within 100,000 of each other. So clearly that's where the market is for this project. With that, the lowest bid was 2.930598. As you know, we have a total of 3.5 million. If you include the architectural fees, some of the soft costs, the engineering fees, we've already done soil testing, so that was already included. You end up with 9.8%. Now, we probably wouldn't be here tonight just describing this to you if it was just 9.8% contingency, close enough to 10. But we also factored in use of an owner's rep. And so while the committee hasn't fully decided this yet, what's likely going to happen is we're going to reduce the amount of time we have for owner's rep. We have a per hour cost and two proposals for that. So we still have to make that decision. And I think we're going to end up around a 7.5% contingency or so. And again, I think this is just the building committee working through this. And we just wanted everybody to be aware of this as we proceed down this project. The goal still is, as I like to say all the time to all the contractors and architects, there should be no change orders. But if there are, we'll be prepared at least up to around that 7.5% or so. And so we just want to make sure that all of you know about that, so that if there is an issue, especially with soil, and I always hate to say that, but it's a reality in Greenwich and especially at Greenwich High, you know, we have some money, but we don't have a lot of money.
Thank you, Steve. Karen?
So given the type of project that this is, right? So it's the entryway, it's coming off of, and it's already has, it's probably not the best way to say it, but right, it's got the slab going in, which you'd have to dig up. So I imagine you're worried about what's the soil is under the slab. But what I'm saying is, be given the type of project in comparison to other major renovation projects, like we're not ripping stuff down, we're really adding stuff in. Do we think, or do our, our building experts tell us that a contingency of this nature is obviously much different than what we're suspecting to have at Old Greenwich because of the work that we're doing here?
Sure.
Has that been a part of the conversation?
It has. And the two areas of concern with this project in particular would be a little bit of the soil, although we have tested and we're not going down very deep. To your point, all we're doing is putting in a slab. So we're not really going down deep, and it's in the front of the courtyard. So we've already tested, we believe it's clean, and we've already accounted for that, at least in theory. So unless we find some hot spot, we think we're good. The other area of potential concern is whenever you connect to a building, you always have the potential with that connection that there's a field condition that you couldn't have seen, that none of the professionals could have seen or envisioned. And therefore that connection, there might be an additional fee that might be needed if there's a change order in that regard. So the short answer is we know of the two areas that you would just generically know about. We think we have enough money for this, and we think our even at 7.5% or give or take is going to be sufficient. I think the worry a little bit is just the dollar amount. So it's nice to talk percentages, but even on so let's just say it was 5% contingency, just to pick a number, make my math easy. At $3 million, which is round numbers, the project, you're talking about only 150,000. That's not a lot of money if in fact you hit contaminated soil or something like that. So I think we're comfortable with it. And at 7.5%, give or take, I think we're good. It is a smaller project, and you're right. It's a relatively simple project. It's a box on a slab, punch a hole through a wall, and connect to admin. So yes, we agree with that proposition.
And if I could jump in again,
Please.
because of the limited scope of the project, we feel there's a limited change orders. There aren't that many things that we're going to be able to, that are going to be required. Like, it's not like when you're doing a ton of trim or you're doing window, it's a very small scale project to begin with.
Right,
So
there's
like,
no plumbing. Well, actually, there's heat.
there's
so
a little bit of heating, but an electrical, but we're tying into existing systems, and we have some HVAC. So, and we've, again, we're going into the existing office space and doing a little reconfiguring, not big, expensive kind of things. That finishing stuff tends probably to be less expensive than the bigger things. So I think the committee really felt like that it's an opportunity. And we also have some great professionals, an architect and a builder on the building committee who are very knowledgeable and helpful and in the trade. So in terms of our use of an owner's rep, we also have a couple of experts on the committee itself, which is helpful.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Steve. That was great. Always good to see you.
Nice to see you guys. See you at graduation.
Of course, thank you. Okay, next, an abbreviated version of where we are with with Western Middle School fields.
Yes, they meet on Wednesday. So Dan prepared, let me know where they were this morning. The submission to planning and zoning was separated into two pieces. The first submission regarding soil, grading, drainage, et cetera, was approved. The second submission for detail of the ancillary work, including retaining walls, walkways, lighting, and plantings, were submitted on June 2nd. And planning and zoning meeting for submission 2 is scheduled for July 6th. And the remedial action plan addendum was submitted to the regulatory agencies on June 2nd. The initial response was that no additional meeting was going to be required, but they did ask, one representative ask us to put June 22nd on hold just in case they had additional questions. And construction documents are to be issued on June 16th to the team for final review. And notification of the project has been issued to the pre-qualified contractors and vendors.
Cool. Any questions? Fantastic. There's one, Karen, briefly.
Just one quick question, since I know we're heading into summer season and I'm sure parents are interested. When might that mean that we could possibly have a shovel in the ground?
We really think right now it's looking more like August by the time, because you have to give the construction team time to get everything, pulled together and what it's going to look like getting on and off the property. But again, we're very, very pleased with where we are.
Cool. Thanks. Nobody else? Good. Move on. Summer school planning. Anne, you want to come up and do that one? Is that you or is that Mark? Right.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Anyone
I'm
have
here
any
virtually.
questions? Everyone seen anyone have questions for summer school? Christina.
Who am I asking? Tara? Tara on the, so thank you so much. It was helpful. Tara, one question I had, and I know this kind of relates to what Tony was saying about locations. I know last year we had a dedicated school where we had students who were invited to their own school to come. Did we look into that? We did, like, what was the thought process? Because it seems like we are not doing that again, and I just kind of wanted to hear about why.
Yeah, we do not have satellite programs happening this year at our Title I schools, and I think Dr. Jones can share a little bit more about the rationale there.
I think Western is one, a building that's closed. JC, we're expecting also big projects there. New Lebanon, I'm not really, they didn't do it last year, neither did they? Oh. And I know some people couldn't hear that probably because it's not a microphone. They were not able to do the deep cleaning last year because of the volume of summer work. So they need the building back this summer in order to be able to get it, make sure they're maintaining the building.
Okay, any further questions? Karen? I'm sorry, you
No,
could.
so what about Ham Ave? We didn't look there.
HEMAB didn't do it before because you have to be able to have enough staff that want to do it and work in the summer. And they haven't been able to have that in that particular building.
And just generally about, yeah, I saw a lot of numbers and stuff, just a general sense of our enrollment this year versus last year. Where do we sit?
We're on path to surpass last year's enrollment at this time. We have a significant greater enrollment, significant changes at the middle school is where we have the most increased enrollment for this program. And it is important to know that the capacity of our program is often determined by the space that we have. And we do have more space at Eastern than we had at Western last year. So we were able to invite some more students, which means that we have more students enrolling in that 5 to 8 program. We also are continuing a rolling enrollment for all the GHS credit recovery courses, and we don't close that until all of the final grades are out.
Okay, Karen.
I know one of the questions that I had sent in that I didn't get a full clear answer on was, I know for students that are invited to the program, we do provide transportation for, I think, is that correct?
Yes, so our transportation model is we provide HubSpot transportation for all invited students K through 8. We provide door-to-door transportation for all ESY students. We provide HubSpot transportation for all pre-K ESY students. And then for our 9 through 12 GHS students, we do not provide transportation because each of their courses are different amount of hours. So it wouldn't behoove us to transport each student based on individual hours.
And so if we have hub locations, anybody who wasn't necessarily invited, but if there might be room on a bus, would we be able to offer those extra seats?
Yes, so we do. So if you had a high school course that was starting at 8 a.m. and you have a hub spot near you, you can get on that bus. And those parents who have reached out have been in contact with our transportation manager. So we do understand the anticipated enrollment and seats available on those buses. And all of our hub spots are on the website if you guys wanted to take a look.
And I know that this does not necessarily need to be said, but anybody's watching, I guess. You said there's still enrollment is still open for some of these programs and courses, correct?
Our high school credit classes and our math 5 acceleration courses for middle school, there is still open enrollment. We do have some spots left. The amount of available spots left is posted on the registration website, so parents would be able to see that.
Thank you.
I see no more questions. Tara, thank you very much. That was great. We'll move on to Karen Hirsch. Could you run the CIAC report discussion?
I can. We have some of our incredible CIAC co-chairs. Sorry, Jenny Reynolds and Audra McDonald, and I will let them take the wheel. And beforehand, I just want to thank you guys for the incredible work that you guys have done this so far this year. And we'll be meeting soon to sort of start focusing on next year and all the incredible things that you have coming there. So let's hear about all the great things you have for this year and looking ahead to next year.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jenny Reynolds, and I'm here with Audra Donovan, and we're happy to present some highlights from this year's CIAC report. Next slide. We're really proud to be part of CIAC. CIAC is a council made up of parents, educators, administrators, related service providers, and community members. And we're all really passionate about making Greenwich the best possible place it can be for all learners. Next slide. The CIAC Council votes every year on what our committee work will be. This year, we chose these 3 committees: behavior, prevention and intervention, consistency, and enrichment. The committees themselves are made up of both voting and non-voting members, and all the committees are a combination of parents and district staff of a wide variety of positions. We really encourage you, if you have not already, to read the full report. It's got a lot of details, many examples of staff and parent experiences, and much more detail than we can possibly do tonight. Next slide. So in the Behavior Prevention Committee, we had 7 staff and 7 parents, and we chose these 5 areas of concern and focus to guide our conversations and our recommendations to you. Next slide. Before we even began our behavior conversations, we decided to just stop and take a moment to create a foundational framework so that we knew where we were going and that we were all coming from a common place. So we created this list, and I include it in the slides because we're really proud of it. And we feel like just doing this list alone would solve a lot of problems. So we ask you to consider adopting this within the district. Before we go into the recommendations for the Behavior Committee, I just want to make sure that we relay to you that much of our work comes from an understanding that there is a huge paradigm shift happening in behavioral neuroscience. This is coming because of a 4 to 5 decades worth of research in child development and in challenging behaviors. And this research is showing us overwhelmingly that the traditional ways of looking at and approaching behaviors are not the be all end all. The traditional ways are looking at behaviors as voluntary, willful, things that could be corrected with consequences, rewards, other compliance strategies. And the simple fact is that the research is overwhelmingly telling us there's a better way. This better way is looking at research, looking at the behaviors differently. It's looking at what the child's brain is perceiving. And when a child perceives something as threatening, whether or not we see it as threatening, it can send them into fight, flight, or freeze. When a child is in fight, flight, or freeze, their brain is offline, and this is when behaviors happen. The best thing, the research says, to do when this happens is to help the child regulate by co-regulating. We need regulated adults to help the children regulate. We don't need compliance strategies. So there are a lot of, this paradigm shift is happening a lot with parents in homes, and it's happening in some schools, and we're asking you to start considering this as you work towards supporting children with challenging behaviors here in Greenwich. Next slide. Our recommendations for the Behavior Committee start with getting some more consistency. There's a significant variability in classroom environments across the district, ranging from trauma-informed classrooms to authoritarian classrooms. And sometimes this happens on a switch of 3 minutes between periods. That's a lot for a student to try to process. And so we really need something that's systematic, that is common language, common strategies, common approaches. We want a strong focus in Tier 1 interventions, and that would include creating safe and structured environments, positive connections, trusting relationships, UDL, class size, and matrix. We really want to look more closely at what we do for those children who are still having challenging behaviors despite these structured environments. Right now, we're using a lot of rewards and consequences, and they're not working. We need to start shifting towards more trauma-informed and restorative practices. And we need to really build in time for team discussion, planning, reflection, adjustments. Right now, a lot of times after a behavioral episode in a classroom, there's crisis management, and then there's not necessarily a meeting afterwards, especially in secondary, to start to make adjustments. So the nervous system is more heightened, the behaviors get bigger, and the cycle continues. Next slide. In order to really adopt this and get everybody on board, we need to have better training, and this training needs to be district-wide at every staff level. This needs to be trauma-informed and neuroscience aligned. And we have had lots of, I know that Audra will talk about this too, but there have been lots of staff that have asked for training to have more small group sessions, coaching, follow-up, accountability, so that there is an extension of the training beyond the initial presentation. These small groups, especially when there's multidiscipline, allow them to brainstorm, to trial and think through real life problems, and to really see what their individual impacts are. It might not mean so much for an ALP science teacher to go to a behavior conference, but when they're in a small group talking, they get the sense of what impacts the day in the life of a child that struggles. Paraprofessionals, we know that they need training, and we have lots of reports that some paraprofessionals, especially the part-time paraprofessionals, don't even have touch points with their SPED case managers. So the whole year, we've had some reports that the entire school year, the paraprofessional has never had an opportunity to meet with the SPED case manager about the students that they're seeing. So there's a lot of winging it happening. And we need to make sure that we're supporting the full-time paraprofessionals. Sometimes do get more time because of there's wraparound times at the beginning and the end of the days. We also hear that reports of paraprofessionals are being rotated frequently at the secondary level. So they're not with the same student all the time. Sometimes they're seeing multiple students at the same time. And knowing what the research is telling us about building trusting connections and relational safety, we really want to look closely at this. We've offered in our report many options of schools of thought for trauma-informed practices and options for helping these paraprofessionals, from reinstituting the Paraprofessional Academy in the summer to just even having book clubs to just start helping them have more skills. Next slide, please. Every meeting that we had for the behavior committee, we ended up talking about staffing, even though this was not one of our original focus areas. It became a focus area because it was constantly brought up. We are hearing in CIAC that staff are feeling stretched thin, particularly mental health professionals and special educators. It's leading to levels approaching burnout, if not already at burnout. And when we go back to what I had said earlier about a regulated adult is needed to help bring a dysregulated child back to a steady state. If the teacher or the mental health professional's cup is empty, they're not going to be able to help the kid. So we need to think of ways to look at our staffing and also just look at how we can support and have more support for even gen ed teachers when a crisis happens. So one of the next two, recommendation 5 and 6, are just two examples of things that we came up with that we thought would be low cost and easy implementation, considering a Schedule C learning facilitator in each school to help support that has a broad background in UDL and trauma-informed approaches and is able to coach and help in crisis. We also think finding moments of small breaks is very helpful. This is research backed. Everybody does well when they can take a breath or get a drink of water or go to the bathroom. So finding creative ways to just bring micro breaks for both staff and students is going to help just get everybody back to a little bit more level state. Next slide, please. Our last two recommendations in the behavior committee are around restraint and seclusion. We've already heard from our leadership in the district that the district does not do seclusion, which we're thrilled about. We would just like the district to take a stance and put that in writing, because there is no research that supports a therapeutic benefit for seclusion. And we would like to just make this district policy. Regarding restraint, in the state guidelines for restraint, it says that in cases of emergency where there's a threat of bodily harm, restraint can be considered. IDEA defines this risk of serious bodily harm as a substantial risk of death, disfigurement, or loss of bodily member or organ. We are glad to hear that the restraints are going down in this district, but we are hearing episodes of restraints happening for much more minor things than the things I just listed. We would love clearer policies on what constitutes an emergency. And we think that in combination with implementing more of this trauma-informed approach and restorative practices will reduce the need for even getting to restraints in the first place. I'm now going to pass it over to Audra, and she'll talk about the Consistency Committee.
Hi, guys. So I'm Audra O'Donovan, and I co-chair the Consistency Committee. So everything that Jenny just spoke about and other stuff we've spoken about on the years, if it is not done with consistency throughout our district, nothing will ever change. They came up with 6 subcommittees within our committee that to discuss. The first one was variations in programming. Could you switch who's the slides? Thank you. So the first one was variations in programming. The second one was the staffing model. The third one was the variations in staff training, particularly about OG training and literacy training, also about coaching. There used to be some coaches, some of the staff said there used to have coaches in the building, like they might have a behavior coach and stuff within the building. The fourth was communication from the schools in the district. The fifth was hiring practices and turnover, and the sixth was outplacement and percentages. I'm just going to go briefly over some of the top recommendations from all of these committees. The first recommendation was that mental health and behavioral concerns continue to be at the forefront for all our stakeholders. This is not just special education. This is general education as well. All the staff require training to proactively address any and all of these concerns. Our special education children are in every class. So this is general ed staff and special education staff really need to have the training like Jenny said in the mental health and behavioral concerns. The second one is the district needs to keep a mastery inventory of staff training and certifications. Resources, programs, and materials should be made readily available in each individual building. With turnover, sometimes you had a building that had tons of literacy staff. If staff leave, we might not have as much. We need to have a master list, and it has to be available to parents and to staff so we know what the staff training in that building are, and we can upkeep it. So we know we want to upkeep it. We believe the district does. If we don't have a record of it, we can't do that. Every building needs designated sensory spaces available, as well as special education spaces available. Again, with the consistency, some buildings do have sensory rooms, some buildings do have sensory walls. We want to make sure that every child in every building has access to this. Also, special education students must no longer be taught in hallways, cafeterias, or closets. In the past, our students have been taught in these areas and other general ed students have not. We want this to be done on a district level, that twice a year administrators meet with every building and make sure that our special education children are not being taught in hallways or in closets. Continuum of services need to be evaluated by district level special education administrators. Often our parents have reported that they are told we don't do that here. One building does it, another building doesn't do it. We don't want that anymore. So in order to have this consistency, we're asking on an administrative level to check to make sure if this is reported that we don't do it here, it's investigated, and we make sure that the buildings are providing the same services. Oh, sorry. I'm on the next slide. The fifth one is building administrators should be able to make recommendations for their students rising to the next level. Often we hear that we're going to wait and see, which basically translates to sometimes children fail before they get services, especially when there are staff recommended they need them. So we want to stop that. If any administrator or parent is discussing that a child needs help, let's help them. Successful programs such as AVID and other programs that we see that are succeeding in other buildings, we're asking if we can see if we know we can't bring AVID. It's a very large program to another school, but maybe there's different aspects of it that we can. Let's evaluate what we're doing right and transfer it to another school as well and use it there. Number 7, we would like each situation where a student This is relevant, especially for tonight. We would like each situation where a student has to leave their neighborhood school to be educated at another GPS school investigated by a district administrator. We all heard that brave child talk about being bullied in a school. She's not the only one. There are several children that have to leave their neighboring school for situations, for bullying, for other situations that they felt either the IDA was violated. We're asking for the administrators, and every single time a child has to leave their neighboring school to investigate what went wrong that child had to do that. Oftentimes, and you heard it from that brave child tonight, say how great she's doing in her new school. Why couldn't that be happening? Why didn't she feel safe in her neighborhood school? We want to know why, and we want an investigation about that. We had this written before she was here, so I just want to congratulate our committee who brought that recommendation forward. Number 8, staff and parents should be educated on the district staffing model. As Jenny said, again, our committees are made up of not just parents, they're administrators, related service providers, and teachers. Everybody is asking about the staffing model. So we're asking that we share it with our staff so they're fully aware of what it is. Number 9, each building keeps drastically different building procedures, record keeping, and data collection. Similar to what Jenny was saying, for some behavior charts, some schools give you a smiley face, and that's what they send home to tell if your child did well together. Other schools will say they had a breakdown because of this, and how many times they called out. I don't know if it's not, maybe if we improve training that it will be consistent, but we need somebody on an administrative level to oversee that one school is not getting a smiley face and one school is getting detailed description about why their child had a breakdown. Number 10, communication between schools, families is notably different per school. Some parents who are in our committee said they knew who their special education case manager was. They spoke to them often. Some parents said they didn't even know who they were, and this was in January, and they never even heard from them. So we do know it's policy that they reach out, but it's not happening consistency throughout the school. So we're asking if that can be looked into. The same administrator in each building oversees similar processes in order to become experts and communicate procedures. We have heard from parents in our committees that when they have had administrators who are overseeing special education, who have had a special ed background, the practice has been different, and they have felt that the IDA and their child's interventions have been drastically different from other schools. So we're just asking whoever is overseeing SPED to please have a special education background and have experience within it. Utilize the data we have to evaluate our processes. We're asking to evaluate which school buildings have state complaints, outplacements, adversarial relationships with special education families. We have schools that are amazing and our children are doing great things. We have some schools that are struggling. We're just asking if we can evaluate so we can learn from it. We can say, why did we have this complaint? What did we do wrong? And how do we correct it for the next time? I think everybody in our committee is dedicated to our kids. We had tons of staff, tons of administrators, tons of parents. We met probably once a month, sometimes twice a month. They're looking to work together. So, and I think I have to say we've come so far. We have so many, Dr. Jones, Dr. H, we have a lot of these policies that have changed. We have a lot of the training that has come in, but if no one's evaluating it, no one's having oversight of it and following through, then it's just words on the paper. So we commend everybody for the changes we've made, but we want to keep it going and really change the trajectory of the children in our school.
I'm just going to finish up with our enrichment committee. We held 2 workshops this year for parents and really for staff as well. Our first one was a mental health panel with 5 GPS mental health professionals. They were awesome. They presented so many resources for families. That PowerPoint is on our webpage and is a great place to direct people for finding any resource they possibly could want. And our spring workshop was with Dr. Jenna Rufo, who spoke about IDEA, the IEP, and Universal Design for Learning. It was an excellent presentation, and the video is available for another 5 months on the webpage, and our slides will continue to stay on the webpage. We also started in our CIAC meetings to highlight programs within the district for parents. So we're trying to have more connection with parents, and we're trying to highlight all the great programs that already exist in the district. And so we just started that spotlight in our past meeting. We did Second Step, and we're looking forward to continuing that tradition next year to make sure that in addition to all our asks, that we're also highlighting all the good. Next slide. We just want to thank you for your time and for all the collaboration that we've had, especially with Dr. Heigenthaler's office. And we are really excited about the work that we're doing. And we, as Audra said, we're looking to find ways to collaborate with you in any way that we can to help forward these things and to just continue to make our district better. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys for that informative presentation, but even more so for the informative and really well thought through report you guys gave us. I highly recommend everybody who has interest in this area take a look at it. I also wanted to make note that there were a lot of things that you guys didn't put into this, of the hard work that's been put in throughout the year. You have worked with the district to help create some of the forward-facing parent documents and other support materials for parents and things like that. And I also wanted to note, while there are 21 voting members and some alternates, CIAC also offers general membership status to any parent or guardian of a child with a disability or previously known or suspected of having one, amongst other things. And so that information is all up on the Greenwich Public School website. CIAC has their own page under that with all of that information. I highly recommend parents who have interest or looking for more support or education in this area, take a look at that, because this group has done an incredible amount of work in just under 2 years of working with the district. And I know it seems clear we have a lot more work to do, but have seen a lot of great board movement. And so I'll just open this up to questions.
So this report is fantastic. I mean, as a veteran reader of CIAC reports, the committees outdid themselves this year, and I think it really serves as a model or an example that maybe we can use in some other areas. Because obviously, at the board level, one of our biggest challenges is looking under the hood, right, and getting down to the classroom level and what's happening. Only so much ever comes up to the board level, and this is a really great example of talking about what's really working. But here are a lot of really concrete examples of where we can be doing better. And I know, and the rest of the board should know, Karen and I have had a number of conversations with the CIAC and the CIAC leadership this year about questions about holding us accountable. Like, what do we do with this report? Because obviously there's an awful lot of effort that goes in this report every year. And we talked about some systems of follow-up in the fall, and and administration coming and talking through the recommendations and where they make sense. What is it at CIAC meetings? And I think that's important to mention, at the board level, because, here at this, because this is the beginning of the conversation, and it has to be the beginning of the recommendations. Then we have to see what makes sense and what not. The other thing, while I have the mic, just real quick, on the behavior side, which, was so much great stuff in there. And I was so excited to see, because I was so excited to see the neuroscience connections and things starting on page 7 and things. And as an aside, before Ms. Costin gives me the side eye, as an aside, you should know, I mentioned at the beginning the Research Ed conference that we confirmed for April 6th. So the founder of Research Ed, a fellow by the name of Tom Bennett, wrote the book on behavior neuroscience and behaviorist. He is the behaviors officer for the United Kingdom. He's going to be here presenting in the district, all about connecting all the ideas you just talked about in here, specific to the science and things like that. So I think that's a great opportunity for us to leverage a lot of the ideas you're talking about. A lot more to say. I do think it's worth qualifying, Audrey, just for a second. When you talk about OG in the report, can you clarify you're not talking about Old Greenwich?
Oh, sorry, or Gillingham. It's a literacy, yes. So we just want to make sure that every building, if a child is dyslexic, that it doesn't matter where their neighborhood school is, every building has the same trained staff, so they can stay in their neighborhood school.
Which speaks to our lovely younger speaker here about
Correct.
testing earlier and providing support earlier.
And we think if they're trained, they know what to look for, general ed teachers and special ed teachers. So if they all have literacy training, then a general ed teacher can, I mean, even simple things in kindergarten, if the child can't rhyme, that could be a sign, you know, so we can do more training on everybody in the district.
I saw Ms. Costin's hand up.
So I want to commend you for this report. It was comprehensive. And I really do thank you for it. And I thank you for always making recommendations that it's not just finding the problems, but also suggesting some remedies. However, I do think that as a board and an administration, you know, the onus is also here at this table within our power to make sure that when we see areas of concern, like to me, I see it as very concerning that, you know, staff are burning out or there's a feeling of a lack of transparency, because all of that undoes all of the effort that, you know, Dr. Stacy, Dr. Jones, you know, we get emails and I think, gosh, if there's a family out there that is coming to us with a concern, then we're missing something. And if they're using social media to amplify their concerns, we are really missing something. And that perception, that disappointment undoes so much of the good that we have tried to rectify years of, you know, real failure in special education here. So I really commend you, but I think we also as a board, as a district need to maybe have some more FaceTime with you to work through some of the issues of concern that I see in the report for sure.
Ms. Downey?
Thank you. I'm going to kind of echo just unbelievable amount of work that your committee and subcommittees put in, and we thank you. I know it's a labor of love and appreciate putting together a very comprehensive report and a lot to think about. I guess my question is more of maybe it's a Dr. Stacy question about kind of an action plan and next steps and addressing, you know, you get the report and kind of how do we move forward? We get all these recommendations. I don't know if you could speak to like the game plan. I think we'd appreciate it. You probably need to be on the microphone, Stacy. Sorry to make you get up.
Way to put me on the spot. No. So as the report comes out, we take a look at it and look at what are the recommendations that we can do right off the bat. So what are the ones that we have the staff, the resources to implement. Then the next step is looking at what are the next steps. Many of the recommendations are beyond just my department. So that's working in collaboration with Anne, with Mark, to see how do we do that when we're talking district-wide, all teacher type of things. So how would we implement those? So it's kind of going through and looking at those different steps. And then some of the recommendations too, we have pieces of that. So how do we get some of that information? We know what we have for state complaints. We know who's going where, like we have that. And then it's trying to balance the confidentiality versus transparency with all of that. And I know sometimes I share that with you guys in the executive session, but having that information, and we do take a look at that.
Does anybody else have, Karen, Ms. Kowalski?
Yeah, thank you. So I've still working my way through the very comprehensive report, and I appreciate it because I want to go through it with great detail. But one of the things I think that might be a benefit, and I think maybe Laura was touching on this a little bit earlier, is having more the touch points comment, having more of a session. So rather than having a bigger report at the end of the year, that we're all trying to quickly digest and to figure out how to manage it, but rather have perhaps, whether it's quarterly or we figure it out, but greater touch points so we know what progress you're making and what things and trends you're seeing and what your committees are coming up with, so that we can be a little more proactive throughout the course of the year to give us greater lead time into coming up with action plans, how we're going to resolve it. And so we can implement that, and so that Dr. Stacy has more time to figure out greater, so that at the beginning of the next year, like, we've got something going. So maybe if it's more on a rolling basis, that would be helpful. Not saying that we need the full report at any point in time, but again, trends that you're seeing, updates, what committees are working on, and how you're putting it together, so that we can be more proactive in the sense of working in parallel rather than reactive to everything. But otherwise, I thought everything that you've come up with and your suggestions and recommendations are great, because I think one of the toughest part is saying, here's the problem, now fix it. You're saying, here's the problem, fix it. And by the way, here are a couple of kind suggestions on how you might want to achieve that, is a wonderful way and makes everybody's jobs easier. So thank you.
So just to address both of Ms. Kowalski and Ms. Costin's comments, Dr. Mercanti, Anthony, and myself have met with the heads of CIAC most recently, sort of to have exactly the conversation that you two had, is how that this is their second year, so they're still figuring things out, as are we, as to the best ways for us to work together.
It wasn't a criticism. It was
No. I'm just addressing, it's not meant to be a criticism. It's that these are things that they, as members of CIAC, have already thought, as well as with us, as to how we can start moving forward now that they've got a good rhythm going during the school year, to have more input here, and how we can better work together during the school year, as opposed to just getting an end of the year report. I'd actually reached out earlier. We're going to be sitting down and we're going to arrange a date to have that discussion, so we can start some of those over the summer, so that we start the fall off ready and raring to go. So I did want to address both of your comments, that we will be hearing more in this upcoming year than we have in the year past. Now that the committees have had 2 years of this under their belts, and we're really helping see where they want to go as well.
Yeah, we plan to provide stuff in September and working collaboratively with everyone and meet with you guys to give you updates on our recommendations throughout the year. So. Yes.
I know the board is aware, but the public probably is not. But when it comes to staffing and the staffing pressures, we have grown by 180, 190 students over this last year, and just in special education. And so we've already added 2 positions for next year that they're not in our budget, but we have to have them. And so I really appreciate your comments. We do have staff who feel the pressure right now, and we're looking at staffing very, very carefully. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thanks. Great. Hey, Blaze, time to turn off the Rick and Morty reruns and give your monthly financial report.
Hey, how's it going? At least you don't think I'm sleeping this time, Joe.
No, we know you're watching Rick and Morty.
Okay, so I'll be very quick because I know you have a busy agenda. The financial report, it's fairly straightforward. It's May, it's the end of the fiscal year. We've been doing a lot of work. A big thank you to the other members of cabinet, to Dr. Jones, and many of the principals and program coordinators, really helping us clean up a lot of the financial data that's made financial management fairly challenging, and to really give a good picture. But couple of key points. We ended up actually getting the second excess cost payment for special ed, and a lot of thanks to the work that Dr. H has been doing. We've been talking about a lot of the stuff she's done tonight. That expected payment actually just came in at about 1.38 million. And so that's over the original like $900,000 that was budgeted. On the expense report, we're really trying to work through the end of the fiscal year. We have a number of budget pressures, but between transportation, the budget freeze, and the special ed interim, as well as a lot of the data cleanup we've been doing. Things look to end fairly well at the end, but it's kind of a challenging time. We have multiple fiscal years going on right now. On June 7th, we reopened the Munis, the financial system, for actually fiscal year 24. So fiscal year 24 is also up and running. That is so that everybody can, at the school level, can place a lot of their orders before 10-month employees leave and have the supplies and services ready to go when school comes into session. And then we're closing out, for the June 30 fiscal year. Everything else is fairly straightforward in the report. Capital, we are really in the time period where we've been working on a lot of contracting and getting ready to execute, significant capital over the summer. In grants, really a huge thank you to the finance team, Pat Marina and Kimberly Castoro, and working with Stacy, Mark, and their teams as well on working through grants and coming up with really solid grant execution plans. Remember, this report is as of May, the end of May. And so just on Title I alone, in the last few weeks, Mark's team, Tara, Mike, and the whole crew have executed really over about $200,000 with us in just about 2 weeks. So getting those grants spent down, you see a significant month-to-month decrease in terms of heading towards that execution rate. The school lunch fund is doing very well right now. A major driver of that will now be the cash in lieu of commodities. Unlike many other school districts, the town of Greenwich has cash reimbursements from the federal government instead of participating in direct food provision, and it's based on participation. So clock is significantly higher than expected. And just working very closely, we meet regularly with the SESS team. We have bi-weekly meetings. We meet often, and just kind of monitoring the financial condition of SESS, but we should be in fairly good shape there. So that's a quick overview, and I don't want to take it. Does anyone have any questions?
Christina.
Hey, Blaze. How
Hey,
are
Christina.
you? On the last page of the report, I just wanted to talk about, because this is kind of like the transportation update and kind of go into our year-end number. And we have a budgeted, there's an item, a deficit amount for a federal court representation of $125,000. Yeah, you could just walk through that last chart on the last page. Obviously, electricity is our electricity cost. Overtime is what it is. The special ed is on the previous page. Substitutes is our substitute teachers, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Those are all fairly straightforward and ones that we have discussed at length. The federal court representation is, so there's a federal court case that involves special education, and the law department is our law department, and we have a consolidated legal service, but they chose to use outside counsel for a specific course, for a specific case, and it was running, it's thousands of dollars a month. And then we were advised, Stacy was kind of advised that because it's special education, they don't budget for special education law, they weren't going to pay for it. And so this was an unexpected expense. We actually still have about $55,000 in outstanding bills to Shipman and Goodwin. And we disagree with the interpretation of the consolidated service. We're working with the Office of the First Selectman right now on this, and we'll likely probably look to the board, the BET, and maybe the First Selectman at a later date over the summer to really hash out maybe a memorandum of understanding, because kind of this is for example, this is a federal court case. We're being represented by the law department. The law department has outside counsel that they brought in, and they're running the entire case. And like every other case, this is typically covered by the law department, but for some reason, because it's special education law, and we were advised that they weren't going to cover it. So that's the concern there.
But this is something, have we had this kind of issue before, or is this a, unique set of circumstances? And just, when litigation gets farmed out by the law department, usually they pay for it. Isn't that correct?
Special education law would be the only exception. My understanding is that something similar happened about 10 years ago and the Board of Ed paid for it. And that's really one of the only examples. I'm not sure if that necessarily sets the standard. As far as I know, my interpretation was that the law department is a consolidated service. Every department in town, if we were talking about being treated the same, pays their own legal consulting. And special ed has a legal consulting budget, just like human resources has a legal consulting budget. And that's the same thing at the town. Every department has legal consulting. But my understanding was that typically legal representation in court where we are, being sued would be a expense that would normally be both run and fully managed and then covered by the law department. But in this case, it was not. The concern really.
Let me jump in for a second, because it's kind of unfair to really put that on him. That's on us. And we'll get.
No. So I think it's a dialogue we need to have.
Exactly.
Where I was going.
No, 100%. No, and that dialogue has started.
Yeah, because my concern was, do we even have the 50,000? You said we're still in the hole to pay.
Right, which we have to talk to the BET.
We're gonna, Joe, you ended this on the way I was gonna end it too, which is that
great minds think alike.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is it's one where we're going to have an open conversation. Everyone's actively at the table. There's an ongoing concern because this case could go to the next level of court and the next level of court. So this could be an ongoing something, for an example, and this could be many other examples. And so that's why we have an MOU with Parks and Recreation that spells out every single consolidated service and who does it. Who pays for it. And so the thought here with the first selectman's office is to do that for all of our consolidated services, the law department, town finance, and maybe go through each one of these and have a similar MOU so that when these situations arise, pretty much everything is spelled out already.
Well, this specific one, the dialogue has started. So we do understand it has to be resolved. We can't just let it randomly settle. So
No, but I like the notion of an MOU for going forward, because then we don't have, then we're not having some other board down the road doesn't have.
Absolutely.
Discussion. I was also just more focused on actually being able, if we have to pay the bill right now, do we have the money for it?
We're going to pay the bill now. Yep.
Because out of that 2371835, that's before you take the impact of our interim that we received, or it's just kind of all funny money in there together.
Yeah, that would be, so far this is a deficit that we are covering. That's the deficit after the interim for
So
special ed. For
net of the
example.
interim.
Net of the interim. Yes.
Thank you. Any more questions? Karen?
So I just want to make sure I understand. So with this last line on this last page, with transportation savings, the district will still need to absorb roughly 2.37 million, meaning we have to come up with 2.37 million.
Those are the sources of deficits. That is what our operating budget is absorbing, correct?
So where are you finding that money from?
Well, we froze the budget in March, and we then did a series of basically exercises throughout the whole. We settled a number of deficits and basically pulled funds from all the places. And part of the freeze was working to cover these deficits. This is really the reason that we froze. And thanks to a lot of that cleanup work, we've pulled the funds. A big piece of it is also churn in salaries and vacancies that happen throughout the year. So a number of the savings is coming from salary savings.
Okay, you good? I will make your motion. Oh, you are still on this topic. Okay, I'm sorry.
Just real quick, please, because I know we passed the summer transfer authorization as part of the consent agenda. And since it's your first time through, just when we do come to September, obviously, if there were summer transfers, it would be good to have that before. So.
Definitely. Yep.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to move the Old Greenwich Building Committee into the first action item. Do I have a second? All in favor? We need a 2/3 vote. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Old Greenwich is now up. Michael, will you take control of this?
So I think I have to. An action item, so I have to make a motion to get it on the floor. So I would before welcoming the Old Greenwich team here, I'd like to make a motion to recommend a capital budget amendment to the Old Greenwich School renovation project in the amount of $43,154,625. $43,154,625.
Would somebody like to second that?
For discussion.
Budget amendment for what year?
Oh, 2023, 2020, this 23, 24,
The current year or the coming year?
the upcoming year, fiscal year 24.
Would you like to second it?
I'm just trying to think if that's right, because if we, yes, fiscal year 24, yeah, because we got, fine,
That's right.
seconded.
Okay, discussion.
Okay, so I'd like to welcome, so as you see here, the many members of the Old Greenwich Building Committee is here. As you heard, I will spare a lengthy introduction because they've got a lot of details to share. The one thing you is both pointing out, you heard we celebrated our 50th meeting earlier this week. They're excited to present we sent out in the board packet numbers around construction estimates. And we're excited to we wanted to walk through and explain with the help of our architects and Downs Construction where those estimates came from and the decisions before the board. So with that said, I'm going to turn things over to our ever capable Old Greenwich Building Committee Chair, Mr. James Waters.
Come closer, guys. Good evening, Dr. Jones and members of the Board of Ed. Tonight, we're thrilled to provide you with an important update on our progress. Bottom line, the Old Greenwich School Building Committee is in position to submit to the OSCGNR by June 30th. We expect to have schematic design complete by June 20, which will include a list of recommended modifications to the ed spec to ensure ADA compliance. We received professional estimates on our schematic design yesterday, which is largely in line with our updates back in February and March. Tonight, yesterday, the building committee unanimously accepted those estimates and guidance to our architect to finalize the schematic design by next week. And tonight, I'm pleased to have our project team here with us. Joining us are Lawrence Rosati of the Morganti Group, our owner's representative, David Stein of Silver Petroselli and Associates, our architect, and Jeff Anderson and Ryan Patrick of Downs Construction Company, our construction manager at risk. We'll be brief and are certainly happy for the questions. So let's go to the next slide. Just want to see what's there. Okay. Yeah, those motions are what the building committee approved yesterday. Let's go to the next slide, please. They just articulate the things I just said. Okay. This slide, you guys have seen this slide before. There is a new element of it, which is in a big red box, which you've been given a whole lot more detail. But this is just kind of showing side-by-side comparison. The new information here is a comparison to the estimate we received from Downs. You will see in a red box about 2/3 of the way down the page. This is the estimate we received is $540 a square foot. The estimate is $7 million higher than what we discussed before. But I want to note that $540 per square foot is directly in line with renovation comps across Connecticut, and in fact is cheaper than many other renovations. As you'll hear, we've designed a slightly smaller addition which saves us at least $1 million. And we've already done quite a bit of value engineering, and we'll explain the four main drivers on the increased cost tonight. On cost escalations, we actually did a fairly decent job when we updated things before. And Lawrence, maybe I just ask you to quickly walk the board through the assumptions that we used before and you know, your perspective on how we did on that.
So yes, James and the committee asked myself, Morgani, to come up with cost escalations in footnote number 1. 10% in 2021, 15% in 2022, 12 and 23, and 8 and 24. What I did is went back to the office for those 2 years. We had 6 projects that we were working on. Reviewed those projects in detail to make the recommendation of the 10% and 15%. And going forward, we tie out with the downs estimate for the current escalation and the future escalation.
Okay, great. Okay, next I'm going to turn the mic over to David Stein from Silver Petroselli, who's going to show you some of the first images of what we've been up to.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, and good to see everybody again. So I have a few slides here to sort of walk you through the schematic process. As we onboarded this project, we went through a variety of different solutions and have settled in on one that really hits the main drivers and mission of this project, which is the ADA improvements. And we'll talk about how we solve considerable amount of the entry piece with that, with some of the slides that I have coming up. We also, the HVAC improvements, so we'll talk about that enhancement to the overall just sort of wellness of the building. And then obviously the classroom expansion, which deals with the overall enrollment projections and just providing the right size for the overall building. So as we're looking at this first ground level floor plan, just to give everyone sort of the orientation, the big blue that you see there is a 4 classroom addition. We've actually downsized the overall arrangement of this from the original education specs in an effort to be able to save money. But what it really does is the classroom that's sort of nestled in the back of the paved area now has a much more compact design and circulation that sort of creates that loop to the school. So the circulation is much better. The main driver of the ADA improvements was to reorient and actually go back to the original entryway, which you'll see some images, and maybe we could move on through the next slide or the next few slides. Main level and second floor, you could continue on just because I want to be brief, and we could always come back to that. And this is probably a good slide to, this is the site plan. So the site plan is the main entry off of the drive aisle. What we are proposing to do is remove the main entry stairs and reorient the primary entryway at that level. We need to do that by actually lowering some of the grade. We're going to remove the plaza. We're going to slope it downward, and I'll show you images in a second, but I just want to pause at this slide because it just gives you sort of the orientation from street level. So that sort of semicircle area, which is of the existing plaza, you'll see some 3D renderings in a second, now creates a brand new entryway. You see the addition that's located in the back, and we are creating an internal courtyard, which now also offers opportunities for more green space. We are removing some of the paved areas, and we're reorienting some of the play surfaces and outdoor areas. Next slide, and I'll just go through quickly on this one, just shows the amount of large trees and vegetation that's there. So we have to make sure that we keep that vegetation in place and sort of augment that with the newer design. The next slide of a 3D rendering, and this is really our sort of first pass rendering. Okay, we know we have a lot more work to do as we move through into the design development stage, but the intent of what it's showing you is that that new entryway is now sort of carved down and creating more of a accessible pathway. That entryway is secure. So in concept, it's no different than what we're doing at the Greenwich High School project in terms of creating a clear, concise, open looking design. And then obviously working with the right vegetation to give a much softer look and balance to the overall piece. As I mentioned, the HVAC, which is a considerable part of the budget, and you'll hear that from our construction team, is that we are going through the entire building and we're removing those existing systems and we're inserting energy efficient systems that will fit within the existing building. Somewhat challenging, building being over 120 years old, and a variety of additions that have taken place over the years. But we are striving to be as energy efficient as we can with those systems. So it will be new heating, air conditioning, and proper ventilation, along with a fully sprinklered building. And then really right sizing the building with the classroom addition, along with other improvements that will go along with it. ADA improvements include bathrooms upgrades, stair improvements, door entry points, and a variety of other elements to go along with the building. So with that, James, I think I covered the majority and obviously answer questions. So thank you.
Let's keep going into the estimate. That's right. Yeah.
Next slides. Thank you very much. Again, Jeff Anderson. I'm with Downs Construction Company, your construction manager for the old Greenwich School project. Just quickly, because this is the first time I've been in front of the board, Downs Construction has been around since 1934. We do and concentrate all of our work here from a construction management perspective in the state of Connecticut. And we have extensive K through 12 experience, OSCGR funded school construction projects, multiple projects right now that are similar in nature to the old Greenwich School projects, such as being multi-phased and occupied throughout construction, which is what we would be dealing with ultimately at old Greenwich. So thank you very much. In terms of the effort that we've undertaken in the recent past, is trying to take a look at the schematic design drawings developed by David and Silver Petroselli Associates to come up with a budget that takes into account, again, our understanding of this type of construction process, the OSCGR requirements, and the trade contractors that ultimately will support the bidding of this job down the line. And we've done that by comparing for you up on the screen here the original estimates that James and Lawrence were talking about. So originally at $24,500,000, and then back in February, an anticipated project cost of $35,910,000. And we've tried to outline at a high level now of how we got to our ultimate current budget of here over $43 million. It consists of increased cost escalation. Now that's being shown as a credit because we are recommending a 7% escalation for a construction start of June 2024. The estimates from February were recommending 8%, but our data is indicating for a project that starts from a year from now, would be 7%. We have some increased scope to the extent of what was included originally by a company called KG&D on that $24 million budget that is required, predominantly related to ADA compliance. That was not included as part of that original estimate and process. We have, as of about a month ago, the data associated with hazmat abatement within the building. So that is something that was not contemplated at the level in that original budget. So we're seeing about $2.7 million of additional impact because of that scope. That scope that we see from that report is really standard for a building of this nature. 1902 and additions going all the way up to 1994, if I'm remembering correctly, but the older buildings are typical for the hazmat that we see in all schools throughout the state of Connecticut. We also have extensive phasing costs, of course. As I mentioned before, we're looking at a phased occupied renovation here. So we have to look at ways to ensure that we are separating ourselves from the students and staff throughout the entire construction process. I don't believe that the original budget contemplated the phasing costs required to accomplish the scope of work. We have increased contingency, which I'll talk about in a moment. And we have a reduction in soft costs. So we work collectively with James and Jackie and other members of the committee to look at the soft cost and reduce them where possible, supporting the overall budget as it sits right now of 43.1 million. Next slide. So this is an outline of our approach to the estimate, which had three options, A, B, and C. Concentrating on option A, which is the ed specs option, but with the inclusion of ADA compliance and additional scope associated with that. So I'll ask to go to the next slide. This is really the summary of those options, concentrating on the option A column. I just want to point out some major significant items, especially contingency. Our recommendation at this level of project is that we carry a 15% design and estimating contingency because of the early stage that we're still at with drawing development, really slightly pre-schematic design, if you will. There's still a little bit more effort to get to a schematic design stage. As we progress through the development of the drawings, getting to design development and then construction documents, that contingency goes away. But our experience shows that at this level, we need to carry that 15% for the things that have not been drawn yet in layman's terms on those early sets of drawings. We also have a 3% construction contingency that will stay remaining all the way through our ultimate guaranteed maximum price that we submit to the town once we get to that point, hopefully. And then we also have a 7% escalation. So we're saying that there will be an additional 7% of escalation in the construction market by the time we start construction, hopefully in the summer of 2024. In terms of the soft cost, I want to continue with the contingency discussion. In the soft cost number that we have within this overall budget, there's another 5% of contingency for the owner on the owner's side of the table that marks up our construction hard costs, but also marks up the soft costs. So for any unforeseen conditions down the line, after we progress with the balance of the process, the town has that contingency fund, which is standard and proper on a project of this nature. So James had talked briefly about the cost per square foot. It is in line, and matter of fact, a little bit less than what we're seeing on similar jobs. In the past month or two, we've reconciled two projects in the city of Hartford that were closer to renovate as new, that were in the $700 to $900 per square foot for the renovation of those jobs. So we've gone through, as James also said earlier, an exhaustive cost management process to the extent that we can at this early stage. We have a little bit more work to do to make sure that we're fine tuning this estimate to the extent that we can. And we're going to commit to that value management throughout the process to make sure that we are providing the program that's necessary within the drawings that Silver Petroselli have provided, but we're also making sure that it's as economic as possible. Anything else? Yes, I should highlight, thanks, James. We have an estimate here that we presented to you that was reconciled with another third-party estimator, a company called PM&C that works independently at the same time as us under Silver Petroselli Associates. And then we got together and did what we call a reconciliation process. So really the board should be looking at this in the town, that this is a reconciled estimate. In other words, it's not just Downs, it's not just PM&C, it's a reconciled estimate of what the cost of this project should be here in the state of Connecticut and in Greenwich. And if it's another year, we're talking about an additional 7% would likely be added to the cost that we presented to you tonight. And that's approaching somewhere in approximately the $3 million range on top of, again, the numbers that we have this evening. Okay, Jim? Yeah.
Next slide.
Thank you. Again, to introduce myself, my name is Lawrence. I'm a project exec and the director of pre-construction for the Morgani Group. I was hired and been working for Morgani for 30 years and owner rep service for the last 20 years. We were brought on by the building committee in February of this year. In my 20 years, I haven't seen a committee work as hard to make this project come to fruition at this point at its stage. We've had weekly meetings with the building committee each and every week, weekly design meetings. We've had principals meetings. We've had constant communication with Dan Watson and other members of the town of Greenwich. Jen is the principal, has been instrumental in reviewing the design and approaching it. We've begun the discussions with planning and zoning. I've met with Patrick Leroux 2-3 times since February and Doreen as assistant so that we're familiar with the process of P&Z and starting the pre-P&Z application, hopefully after successful approval of the budget here tonight. We've also begun conversations with Rich Familia with the sewer department. And we've also contacted your building department and fire department, Chris and John, to clarify some permit costs. This slide shows it doesn't show the level of effort really, but it shows what's happened since February. In the month of March, SPNA has presented presentations to the Parent Teachers Association, to the teachers, to the students, one neighbor session meeting and another neighbor session for the end of June. The schematic design phase, a tremendous effort by Silver Petroselli, David and his team, started in roughly March. The documents were done late May. Langen was out in early March to do surveys, phase 1 surveys as is noted in the reports. And Langen was out as well, along with Silver Petroselli, April 10th, the week of spring break. The building was pretty crowded with design team members, David and the rest of his staff and all his disciplines, mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, thoroughly reviewing the project. Dean was out there along with David and Barbara, I believe, measuring each and every door for ADA compliance. Langen had a crew of 4 out there uncovering all of the unknowns of asbestos so that when construction starts, it can go through smoothly once Downs puts together a phasing plan to accommodate all of the hazardous materials. We had a reconcile meeting. I was part of the reconcile meeting, as Jeff said. The 2 independent estimators reviewing and coming to agreement on scope and costs with the final review of the documents. The bottom half of the chart is going forward with your approval. The ed specs, as James mentioned, the professional cost estimate that we have, and with approval tonight or in the near future, Downs and SPNA and myself can work through with the rest of the state grant applications. Next slide, please. So this is the full-blown milestone schedule that I created way back at the start of the project back in February. It's hard to read, but the top third per se was the previous slide we just talked about. Upon proceeding with the project today and granting James the motions that he wishes, the design document phase would start roughly end of June and go through December. Construction document phase would start roughly in January and in April. And then Downs would put it on the street for roughly a June construction start. So we're ready to go to give Jen the building that she deserves. Thank you.
I love it. All right, next slide, Mike. Okay. So I'm just going to pause for a second and I'll get to the numbers in a second, but you can see, I hope you can see here why we hired the team that we hired, right? This is a team. You guys are, I always hear, well, how are you moving so fast? Your team's working. It's because of the team. And it's because of Jackie Welsh, who's our vice chair, who has gone through every single line item on the schematic design and every single number and made sure that it's consistent with what you guys have asked us to do. Okay. And it's because of Jen Benzavengo, who's fulfilling 4 jobs right now at her school and still finds time to go and sit on 2-hour design meetings. And it's incredible. So this slide is intended to be a summary. I'm not going to, you've seen that, you already saw this on a previous slide. But I wanted to focus on where those red boxes are. Okay, first thing we're going to be doing at the end of this week is diving into that 2.78 number of net increased scope. I want to make sure it's necessary. My assumption, based on the building committee's in-depth review, is that it is, but we want to confirm. Second, I want you to make sure you're tracking on the additional 3% of contingency. I told you before we needed 20. I'm being told by my team that I need 23. Okay. And some of it may go away as we get to, just as we go through the design process. And then finally, the bottom box, based on the funding that has previously been allocated to the project, if construction funding is to be provided, we would need an additional allocation of $39,565,625 to be able to submit to the state on June 30. I do want to reiterate that all of this, everything that we've said, assumes we start construction in June 2024, which means in 16 days we go to the state. If the project is delayed past the June 30 deadline and construction starts in June 2025, we should all expect that an additional 7% escalation will be applied to it, and that will bring total project costs to 45.7. Was that, what's that number? 46.1?
46.1.
To 46,100,000. So in 16 days, we're going to be at that point where we're embracing an additional $3 million to do this project. And we've already seen how many extra dollars it's cost to date. So next slide, please. Okay. I'm not going to read these words on the page, but this is an extremely complex project. Okay. We've been working extremely diligently to manage the costs. It is an extremely complex project. I will tell you that we have received extensive community feedback at 5 separate meetings. People like the design we're proposing. We've incorporated their feedback, and there continues to be strong support for preserving this iconic structure and pursuing a phased renovation that eliminates the need for busing, modular classrooms, and keeps the kids safe. So we are standing by and ready to proceed based on the board's guidance. We're going to present our final schematic design for your approval on after June 20. We're ready to assist in reverting to the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights within 15 days of your approval. We've agreed that the town has agreed to that. We'll be ready to submit our project to the state by June 30 if construction funding is provided. We plan to start design development and the MI process this summer, and we would be thrilled to begin this renovation as soon as June 2024. So thank you very much, and we're happy for your questions.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. A couple of just background questions. I'll begin by saying, and I'm going to have to be the bad guy here. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared to vote tonight. I'm going to abstain from voting, most likely. So I don't want to get in the way of other people voting, but that's probably where I'm going to be. So I want to be able to manage everyone's expectations. Some of my questions, and it's complicated why, but I don't want to waste anyone's time with the reasons why. A couple of quick questions. The KG&D, the original budget cost for this before Karen took on the feasibility and reduced that. What was their number back then? Do you remember?
24 million.
That's the feasibility. KG, and you might not know this answer. I should have asked you prior to this.
You mean from?
Oh, you're talking about from the facility master.
Correct.
Master plan.
38 million.
Yeah.
So 38
Sorry,
million.
38.
All right. So originally back then, the estimate, and it was covering the same basic scope that we're working at right now.
No.
Different scope.
Different scope.
So it's apples to oranges.
There's multiple scopes. So one of the things that we've discovered in the design conversations that makes things a little more complicated is that the OCR settlement came after the feasibility. So that's where some of the changes, that 2 million comes into to make it ADA compliant. So that's part of the issue as well, is that
An additional 2.
that's right.
Okay, thank you. So it's 38 plus 2, so 40 it would have been. So 40 compared to the 43 we're talking about right now is what the original estimate was years ago. And they could not have taken into consideration the inflationary environment we're going through right now. Thank you. The percentage of the building we're addressing. What is the percentage of the building we're addressing?
The HVAC, we're addressing the entire building, okay? The ADA, we are addressing elements of the entire building. So there are certain doors that we are required to address, but we're not addressing every door. I think that's really the main piece of it in terms of its entirety. HVAC and sprinklers are the entire building, yes.
Right. So basically well, we're not doing the entire building. We're doing, say, including all the things you just mentioned, saying 70% of the building, 80%, 60%. What do we, because we're leaving some stuff alone, basically.
Since this is an alteration project, we are hitting sort of strategic areas. So it's hard to calculate what we're doing in totality. The HVAC, Matt, what's that in terms of the percentage of cost? That's probably a good way to look.
It's a large number. I think that the way to phrase it is that there's pockets of work beyond those items that we were just mentioning, HVAC, sprinkler, electrical upgrades, and then focused at the main entrance, focused at the new office area, which is part of the main entrance, the exterior section, of course, the addition, breaking it through. We have an elevator going in. So it's really hard to say what percentage, but
So
it's
not to hold you
pockets
to
of
it,
work.
but just reach up in the air and pull me out like a percentage, not to hold you to it, 90%, 60%.
I've got our
20%.
estimating manager. It might take him a minute if he opened up his computer. I'm kidding. We can't do that right now.
Okay, that's fair enough. If you can't answer the question. If you-
I would say it's probably about 70 if I had.
70, thank you. That's
Just to be clear, the things that we are not doing, right, is you guys have not authorized us to do anything with the building envelope, right? We're not doing all the windows, or the roof. I think the roof is mostly of the right, a good age, right? What are the other major things we're not doing? Sunroof.
I don't need the detail, because I just need the
Just making
ballpark,
sure.
just so that I understand. So, but thank you for offering it. I do appreciate that. And a question came up, and another one might not be able to be answered correctly, but is this project completely remediating any hazardous material that might be within the building 100%, or is there only partial remediation going on?
Only partial.
Maybe can I ask the same percentage, or a thought on the percentage of how much stuff we're remediating, and why are we not remediating everything from the building we send our kids to?
The plan right now is not to. There are certain components within the 1902 building, for instance, that are staying. We are only going to be removing the hazardous materials that are required to accomplish the scope that's been undertaken. Percentage wise, I honestly can't give you exactly the percentage what's left, but focused in the 1902, that would be one of the areas. I don't think we're chasing within existing walls, as an example, if there was still pipe insulation buried within a wall, as a good example.
Okay, and thank you. All right, 60%, that's at least the number we can. And I will be interested in Karen at having done a feasibility myself on JC, you doing feasibility here. I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts from the delta between when you were working on the feasibility at 24 million versus the 43 million now. And you don't have to answer it, just I'm curious, just your thoughts.
Well, it's significantly, it's a good chunk more. And obviously it would be nice if it was closer, yes, less, right? I can appreciate what the run through that they've gone through with respect to what is the differences between the driving numbers. I know I have some concerns over what's driving the cost. It if I were to go from just, it feels expensive, but then again, I have to go back to the fact that I'm not an expert in this area. I don't do this for a
And I
living.
didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah,
I was just
no,
curious.
it's fine. I don't mind being put on the spot. I don't do this for a living. And so while I could say it feels expensive, the fact is I've got 5 gentlemen all standing behind me at 10:30 at night on a Wednesday telling me that they've done the work and they've gone through it and this is what it looks like. Particularly the things that we didn't account for, which are driving even more of the cost, are obviously the abatement factor, the phasing factor, the increased cost associated with having the contingency element, which when you're working at a building that's over 100 years old, I think that's a good portion to take into account, that you're going to have things when you open walls that you probably didn't expect before. I do appreciate the fact that they've already undertaken the abatement portion of this because, and looking at it, because that would have been something that would have been extra. So now we know what we're dealing with. I also think someone should say something on the fact of only a portion of the building is being abated, but that doesn't mean that the rest of it is somehow unsafe for our children to go. So somebody please say that on the record, or I'm going to hear about it in the papers tomorrow. The other factor that is also being accounted for that I think is helpful is that, but so overall, it's more, but again, we have to do it. We have to get it done right. I think the community has overwhelmingly spoken that they want this building and they want us to fix this building, and something has to be said for that. So we've heard them loud and clear. Also you've got to account for, inflation and the fact that things are costing more money and we don't see those numbers generally coming down very quickly. So if this is the price, this is the price.
Thank you, Karen. That was very helpful. Mike, I'm finished. Thank you.
Can I ask Silver Petrocelli or Downs to address your point? I mean, what, just from your experience, I mean, what on the abatement piece?
Well, the town's consultant indicated when we were first reviewing the findings of that report that there was not any, safety concern within the school by what we found.
And maybe do you guys, every project that you see, do you fully abate every single bit of asbestos in every school that you've come across?
No, we do not. So as long as the material is essentially contained and concealed and not in any sort of a friable manner, then it is left intact, especially a building that was built at that age, you would be essentially demolishing the entire building. So as long as it's sort of inert and in its state, it's safe to do. And that's common practice throughout, I think, the entire country in terms of how you do that.
Ms. Hurst.
Oh, I was going to echo Joe that just, I know that we got this just yesterday, as did the building committee. So there is a lot of information here to kind of dig through, and I have a bunch of questions. So I'm happy to send those. I'm not ready to vote on this tonight, but I also don't want to hold this process up because, as you mentioned, I believe the number was 16 days. And I may just ask, I don't know where everybody else stands. And so if others feel the way I do, because I know the building committee chair, Mr. Waters, has mentioned wanting to dig a little into some of this as well. And I'd love to be able to, since you guys have done such great due diligence, to allow that to happen while we formulate our questions and get those to you. If others feel the way that Joe and I do, maybe there's a possibility that when we get to agenda, we can put, I hate to suggest another meeting next week, but I don't want to hold this project up. But I want to make sure we do our due diligence as to give the time to you as a committee as well.
Well, right. And my understanding is we probably will need one anyway, because we need to, if we were talking about June 30th, because we will need to revise the ed specs.
So in an interest of time, I mean, I know I have a bunch of questions, but I I feel like they may be best since, we have a lot of people here to kind of dig in and do them, ask them via email.
Oh,
Point
go ahead.
for Ms. Well, no, I was calling on Christina. Laura
Oh,
can
sorry.
wait.
Oh, that's right.
Well, will you be quick, Karen? Because I have a couple questions. If yours was just a quick point. So go ahead, do that, and then I'll do.
So my one point is, we've been told by the CMS building committee, or at least the experts within the building committee, that the June 30th date isn't necessarily the fixed date, that it just is contingent. It really is a point for depending upon when we get our reimbursement back on when we file. Is that the same thing here? So is there some magic to this date that we don't have with CMS?
For us to file and do construction, to start construction in June of next year, we need to file the application by June 30th with the intent to get onto the priority list in December to get authorization to proceed with that funding for next year.
Does that mean we can't start the project, or just we won't get any money back until, a year later? That's what I mean. It just mean, does that eliminate our eligibility for reimbursement if we have to wait to put it in? If we miss the June 30th date, I'm just double checking. Because we heard something different from another committee, so I'm just wondering.
The process is that for priority projects, the deadline is June 30th. And you need to have full authorization of the funding by the Board of Education and in your case, the BET, or the legislative body, needs to approve the authorization to submit an application by June 30th.
So there has been confusion. And we're trying to get clarification from the staff perspective because they just reorganized the Office of DAS. Literally like 2 weeks ago, we got the first email. And Blaze, feel free to chime in if you can articulate if I'm not doing a good enough job. We sent them that very question because the CMS building committee is under the impression they can submit anytime. In some regards, that's true. They can submit in September, but then they're not going to go on the legislative agenda until FY25. And the conversation that I was in with the building committee members, I do not believe in Greenwich that without an approved project that we're going to be moving forward on a $100 million building. But if you look at some of the language, there is like an emergency clause. And because CMS has a letter saying it's like a 5-year fix, and we've already burned through 1 year. We're trying to get clarification because initially when we reached out to the office, but there were different people there a few months ago. The conversation was, is there a way to actually get the project number and move forward? We've had different answers. So we were actually, Blaze was working on that today. We don't believe that there is, but I know they're shaking their head. We've had different answers from the office. So we're trying to get something in writing.
And just, this was not my question, but to follow up, David has learned the hard way with the high school entryway project where we've gone to the state twice and seeing the process. And that's a different project because it's a non-priority project. So it's not subject to this June 30th deadline. So I've become a mini expert on state reimbursement. So just one thing, thank you guys for a great, could we get these slides sent to us that you used tonight? Because we
Yes.
did not get them in our board packet. So that was number one. Just because that'll also, and I believe in our previous presentation, was there details about option A versus option B versus option C, James, or do we have that somewhere?
Yeah, we'll let us send you tonight. We'll send you the presentation. We'll send you, I think you may have already seen the draft schematic design report, which does include a checklist.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's all in a lot of different places right now. So, okay, a couple quick questions. The reimbursement rate, while we're talking about the state on this project, is the 20%, correct?
We start at 20, I believe everyone,
Start at 20 as the high point
and we believe we're going to be at 15%.
effectively. Okay, so just to get a sense of what the state reimbursement is going to be, thank you. Soil testing, has there anything, so what's been, I kind of, maybe I missed that in the middle of this, about what kind of soil testing have we done? What are we worried about? Where are we?
Yeah, so we, our consultant is Langen Engineering out of, well, they have two offices, Stanford and New Haven. They provided a variety of environmental testing for us. One, they started with a phase 1 environmental assessment report, which was completed, that did not reveal any type of concerns to trigger us to look at a phase 2 environmental. So from that perspective, there's no concerns related to moving on to a further deeper dive. In terms of in the building, we tested all materials for asbestos, lead, and also any caulking that we saw. We would make presumptive assumptions that we would be removing any of that for PCBs. So we have gone through that overall piece. In terms of soils, we've also done geotechnical engineering borings in the position of the addition. Those have resulted in knowing what we need to do structurally for the addition, but they did not reveal anything that was suspect of environmental or contaminated type of soils from those results.
But we do have wetlands to work around.
Well, we
the
are
site.
within the FEMA floodplain, which we have identified and pinpointed exactly where that lands as a cross sections through our site. So elevation 13 is the number, and our new addition is going to be at elevation 14 because we have to be effectively 1 foot above the floodplain. So yes, we also have those soils we identified as part of our geotechnical report where our groundwater is going to be is essentially situated through that site. And we're also looking at correcting or further investigating the sanitary lines and the storm sewer lines as they discharge out onto Sound Beach, because there are some issues related to that. We are planning to improve and eliminate those conditions that are there as part of the alterations.
Excellent, thank you. Just in terms of process, Mike, Joe, I think I agree with Karen and Joe that I think there's a lot to digest and we clearly have some questions. I would make a suggestion that we have a special meeting next week as expeditiously as possible. And then to that end, and then there's food for thought for next time, whether it's a budget amendment versus an interim request is kind of that because there's nothing budgeted for this project except for the $1 million for A&E. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer, but I think it's just a food for thought. If we are going to have a vote next week on something, I think it should be the correct vote.
That's fine. Obviously this is, we live in unprecedented times here. We're 4 building committees all careening towards, this possible deadlines and things. So that's fine. We can figure that out. We had, if we were amending the request in our budget, that's why, like, we had an original request in our budget.
I know,
that's
but
why
it's
thought
a
that
little
was-
different because the budget's now been set by the BET and the RTM.
Yeah.
So it might have to be an interim request.
Okay.
As opposed to a budget.
We can-
So I think we should be having a discussion, or maybe Steve Selps can figure it out as the member of the building committee.
Fair enough.
But to figure out what we don't want to go through all this and not do it properly.
Right.
Christina, this is Blaze. I'll reach out to town finance tomorrow for the procedural question.
Like voice out of the blue, Blaze. Thank you.
I see Cody over there.
Mike, I was just curious about your thoughts on whether we should vote on this tonight, and just your thoughts generally on the project.
Yeah. So, and I promised Ms. Costin to say something. So I don't want to. So the big, but yeah. So obviously, I'm in favor of the project. So the reality here is that because we're in unprecedented times, we have to think about how best can we move this process forward. And the thinking was putting this number before the board this evening. I understand I understand people's discomfort, and if the sense of the meeting is we need to wait. We're not going to. We don't want to have a no vote. But with 16 days left, and with an understanding, as we all are well aware of on this board, we do not control the purse strings. The thinking was that passing this number, while then continuing the design process and continuing the work moving forward in the ed specs, gives us the best shot because after this would have to be, if this project was going to go forward, and I believe strongly that it should, this would have to be a BET conversation. It would have to be an RTM conversation. Both of those would be special meetings. There's a lot better chance of all that happening if we, come out and say, hey, we're requesting this number now, than if we wait for a special meeting in a week or two and then request that. And then then instead of 16 days, we're talking about 7 days. So that's kind of part of our thinking why we wanted to bring you this number today. Ms. Costa.
Just a couple of questions. So I know that you said there's a checklist about what the different options are. Is there a higher level explanation that you can give us between, what are we foregoing with any one option? And number two, how significant a revision of the ed specs are we talking? Is it like a lot?
I mean, so I'm going to turn this to David because he helped us conceptualize option A versus B versus C. Option A is the ed specs. The additional piece was how do we certify for OCR that this school will be compliant with the 2010 ADA standards. So
Because just to reiterate, so when this project does go through, we have a 15-day turnaround with OCR to get it approved. So they're going to kick it back to us.
or to send it to them, and they can review and they can come back to us and say, sorry guys, it's not. So option A is that. Option B is a little bit more enhanced compliance, and option C is what Silver Petroselli's view is on best practice in general. But option C is not, I will highlight, option C is not renovate as new, right? In none of these options do you have redoing the envelope of the building, redoing all of the windows in the building, redoing all of the roofs, right? We none of these options are this. So it's basically a good, better, best. And what we're proposing in the 43 million is a good. Would you say it different? No? Okay.
So just a question on the process. So in your opinion, the question wasn't really answered. Can you proceed with the project shovel in ground before you get on the list for the state?
You proceed at risk of not getting your full reimbursement.
So in other words, if you are filing for reimbursement for certain items and you haven't been approved, the state could essentially say, no, too bad.
Correct.
Understood.
Yeah, it's really, you need to take the process one step at a time. You can't go through, be fully complete, and then ask for reimbursement. You need to take those steps one at a time.
I think that was why we were hoping for Blaze, the voice from the screen, would let us know if he's heard anything differently from the State Office of School Construction Grants.
Hello, I don't have any magical words yet. I would say we're in a confusing point. We did reach out to DAS again, as Tony said, because we have kind of two different interpretations. And then CMS, we're also trying to get clarity on the emergency piece of it. Hoping to have some interpretation tomorrow. They have been in significant kind of turnover at their leadership at that specific office. And so it's been very confusing depending on different staff members we've talked to. So we're actually trying to meet with the commissioner of DAS. And so hopefully we have some more information very soon.
I have a very simple question, but I think the board will know it's not always simple. So with the CMS ed spec that we had to redo, because the same firm was working on that project, that firm did all the updates. So because this was a different architecture firm that put this one together, are you actually, as the committee, going to do the actual edits on the document, or does that have to come back to staff? And
The committee has asked us to take a look at it and to evaluate that language based on option A. So, once if option A is decided upon, which it sounds like it is, we will give our opinion on modifications to that.
So my question is actually, who is going to make the modifications in the actual document?
We will need to get you the answer on that, obviously. Does anybody have KG&D's number? Who has the Word document?
Well, I think I could probably get the Word document, but just knowing when we update ed specs, sometimes it takes longer than we think. And when we're talking about 16 days, it would be great if we could start that process now. And I'm happy to see if I can try to get a Word version. We may have it somewhere.
What we're standing by to help.
We'll try to work with you on that. And I agree that getting the word right. I think working with Christina on the high school, we changed it half a dozen times to get it right. So we'll work with you. We'll work with you on that.
Yeah, like, could we just give an example of like, if we're changing the ed specs, what would be something? Is it just like square footage on the, like, what do we, like, because I feel like this is really the scope of the project we talked about. So I'm a little confused about what we would need to be revising in our ed specs. Because I felt like they were pretty basic. They weren't, bells and whistles. You don't know the answer.
David's looking up some of the detail, but
I just wanted, for example.
but yeah, exactly. So sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, the architects are going through and saying, what do we have to do to be compliant with the 2010 ADA standards? That process was not conducted, in my understanding, as in the feasibility process. Because there was no complaint at that time. And so now we have to go through and do that. And so, yes, okay. I mean, of course you were doing things, and I know Ms. Kowalski was part of that process, as was, Jen Benzavengo, but, there were certainly ADA improvements going to be made, and ramps and
Right, so we just need those specific references in the document.
Exactly.
In terms of what ADA items we're going to be doing. Okay,
It's-
that's fine. That's a great example. Helpful.
we're not trying to make some big case that we want to
Just
dramatically expand.
wanted to know. Anyway, and so when we get the ABC, because I got to tell you, not that I think we're all having a little sticker shock. But the cost is the cost, right? Like, we don't like the cost, but this is what you industry professionals, you're getting paid to tell us this is what it is. But for example, option A versus option B, there's only about $1.3 million in incremental cost as opposed to A to C. And I think we as a board should also be thinking about, that's why I think to the point about not voting tonight, I think, we say, A, but I think we should be a little thoughtful about bang for the buck on some of the things. I know, but we just don't have it in front. That's my point.
May I jump in just 1 second? Point of order, I guess. Correct. I believe there's a lot of moving parts here, and there's a lot of questions, and I believe that it's probably likely that it's probably more useful to withdraw your motion and then have a special meeting next week, judging by availability. So if you'd like to do that or not, we can either call the question or withdraw the motion. I think that's what we should do at this point.
No, I don't think you have to withdraw the motion.
You want to vote on it? If you, yeah, if you have to complete the motion, yes, of course. Do you either withdraw,
I would vote for it, Mike.
we have to follow through with the vote if we do want to leave the motion in place. If you withdraw the motion, we could then shelf any vote until the next meeting.
Joe, can I, just a practical point, I'm thinking about, I don't like bureaucrats, and I feel like a classic bureaucrat thing is to just layer on more stuff that other people have already done. And to me, this is a time where kind of have people that we rely on and trust. And I'm just thinking in the next week, are there any questions or things we would do or say that would change what the actual outcome would be here? Which would are we just doing superfluous things that will end up in the same place? My gut is yes. That's why I would vote on it now.
I have a ton of questions.
But will your questions lead to any substantive change in the outcome?
Yes.
That's fair, and I am sensitive to people's discomfort. I'm also sensitive to the timeline. So I think it would be helpful to have a sense of some of the other board members if what we're thinking here, and then I've heard from several who need more time. Ms. Stowe.
I mean, I've generally, as you guys know, been in support of both Old Greenwich and Central Middle School. I feel like I just received this. I really do want to go through these numbers because maybe I am into option B. I'm not sure. But I mean, when I think about the amount of detail we spent on Central Middle School and it's in front of us again, I don't want to give this any less focus. And so I'm willing to have a meeting, early next week with this on the agenda and make a solid decision at that point.
Okay, Laura.
I want to just say, I think I might be into option B because I like the most compliance, although maybe I don't need new windows or whatever else is in option C. But the other thing I want to lay out on the table is I knew that the sticker shock would be something that is real, and it makes me sad. I think I said it to Jen before that I know the sticker shock is real and it makes me sad. But I want to just say, from a practical standpoint, and as you know, I'm the CMS building committee liaison, I think it's unrealistic to think that these projects won't overlap, and they should both have our enthusiastic support.
Yes, okay, so Karen and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, this is just, you don't have to answer this now, I think, but if we were asking the difference between option A, B, and C, the one other question I was hoping to get an answer to at some point during the week is one of the things that sort of surprised me was the increased scope of 2.783, required scope added for ADA, because one of the biggest things that we had focused on, other than the sewage and other things, was ADA compliance. And it's always my understanding when you do that, it's not just adding a ramp. So I'm kind of surprised that wasn't in our initial ed specs, full ADA compliance. So if you can just lay out the differences of what's added, and if there are things that we're missing, if that's the difference between options A, B, and C, just so we have a better understanding of that. Like if there's areas that aren't going to be touched, because I'd like to know that. You don't have to answer that now, obviously, but that was one of the major reasons I was like, I'm not ready to vote, because I didn't know the differences there between option A and B and C. And that one sentence there kind of hit me in the kishkas, the scope added for something I thought that was already there in our ed specs. That's all.
You can go on. Yeah.
That's why I said that's why I wasn't asking.
No, I just want to understand. The building committee looked at both A, B, and C and decided and took a vote on which option they wanted. Yes or no?
Well, we endorsed all of the estimates. I think what we have been under the impression all along is that option A is what you have asked us to do. So if you were to choose option C, that would be a much more dramatic revision of the ed spec. And that's not necessarily what we're asking. That's not what we're asking for.
The challenge that obviously, as we all know, the building committee's charge is to meet the ed specs. So we have this challenge of the ed specs and then this OCR thing, which is why we have this weird option A issue. But then we do have these other concepts with B and C. But yeah, so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to say A, C. So, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully withdraw my motion. And I look forward to a special meeting conversation in the near future.
Thank you. I'll start calling around Friday to check everyone's availability. Now we know we're having a special meeting, so some of these other items, if we bog down, we could also address those in a similar way. Let's go with the budget priorities and procedures. I make a motion to approve the FY25 budget policy and procedures. Thank you, guys. Good night. Okay, we have a seconder. Do we have any discussion about this? Christina?
As Dr. Jones told us, we actually don't have a list of budget priorities. So Blaze can tell us whether we have to vote on this tonight, because without the priorities, it seems a little weird if we're voting on priorities and procedures without the priorities there. So Blaze, from the outside voice.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, the procedure is extremely limited and it's pretty straightforward. I really, actually, Christina might agree. It doesn't really need to be something that needs to be voted on, but it's just kind of following a procedural process, but there's no priorities right now to be presented for fiscal year 25.
I then withdraw my motion and basically we can approach it in the future if we need to. Next, Karen Kowalski on the policy.
I make a motion to approve policies, the revised policy 9121 on the Board of Election of Officers. I'll make two separate motions.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? 8-0 vote. Yes, 8-0 vote. I make a motion to approve new policy 6148, policy to improve FAFSA completion rates as presented to the board. Do I have a second? Karen? Any discussion? All in favor? 8-0.
Well done.
All
Excellent,
right.
Karen.
I'm going to take the record for having the fastest agenda item on the docket tonight.
Very
Thank you.
cool. Very cool. All right, CMS ed specs. Laura Costin, can you take control of this, please?
I would like a motion to approve the amended CMS ed specs dated April 24. Is that right? Oh, sorry, I've got it. I'm gonna make my own creative writing motion. I would like a motion to approve the educational specifications for a new central middle school dated August 11th, 2022, as revised April 24th, 2023.
So I have a point of order.
Second, okay, we have a second discussion.
I have a point of order.
Point of order takes precedence. Okay.
So it's unclear to me on why we're voting again in regards to the ed specs that were voted on in April, for which were approved, and I understand by a series of motions. So that's the first part of my question. The second part is, if we don't approve this, then what happens? Does it just revert back to the multiple motions that were voted on in our April 24th meeting, and then the decisions on that stand? Or are we asking to amend the ed specs or amend those motions. So it's unclear to me as to, from a procedural standpoint, why we're doing this and what effect it has.
I think
I'm going to defer to Dr. Jones.
Dr.
for the
Jones has
moment.
the answer to that one. Thank you.
So the reason that we are approving the ed spec is otherwise we would, when we get ready to submit on that June 30th deadline, we would be submitting all of the 40 plus motions along with the old ed spec. And there's real concern that that's going to be very confusing at the Office of School Construction. And if they don't really understand what they're looking at, we haven't really made it the way it normally would come into them. It may very well not get, accepted. And so it was advised that the board, because the only change to the ed spec are those motions that the board, agreed upon. And that way, when they get ready to submit, they're submitting one ed spec. And I will say we had an HVAC grant, and Blaze, feel free to chime in. We had an issue with the paperwork where it looked a little different. In how it was submitted because of the date of the original ed spec, like for JC, and then the timing of when we were doing the project, and they kind of didn't look any farther. And we had an additional meeting and we'll be resubmitting, but that it goes to exactly what they're concerned about if we try to submit 40 odd motions.
Yes.
Now we'll go to discussion. Point of order has been addressed. Now we'll go to discussion. If you would, please.
Cody.
Just, is this basically just a procedural vote to say, hey, instead of sending 46 things, send one thing? So don't view it as it's not, because otherwise
It's a memorialization of all the things we voted on incorporated into one document.
Yep. So it's not about what your view of the ed specs are, because those 46 go through. All right. I'm asking this partially in the spirit of hoping that this makes it a quick discussion.
Dr. Mercanti Anthony.
Ms. Creston, so can you read the motion again, the proposed motion again to Cody's comment there, question there?
To approve the educational specifications for a new central middle school dated August 11th, 2022, as revised April 24th, 2023.
So that language doesn't sound like that. Doesn't that language sounds like an endorsement, not a recognition that that's the outcome of what we said of the April meetings.
It's a culmination of all of our votes in one handy dandy document.
I think Mike is saying that there's a better way to phrase that can incorporate all the votes.
I
Maybe
guess the
we can
question is
explore.
whether that's acceptable to the state. I'm happy to help Laura rephrase the motion, but the question is whether that passes muster with the Office of School. Like if I don't know what their wording is. I'm happy to phrase it differently and help her do that, but I guess and if people are happy with that, then I guess we could deal with it if we have a problem with the state.
Does Karen, do you have a question?
Oh, no, I was just going to say it was exactly what Cody had said. We already made the motions in the board as a whole, even if it wasn't entirely unanimous on every single line item, approved these ed specs. This was just, we're just approving the revised document to reflect those votes. That's it.
Right.
Because we have to have it to submit to the state.
You don't have
right?
to put any little hearts next to your name. You can
No, I
feel
think,
okay about
right,
that.
I think.
And we also went through to make sure that, there were periods at the end of a sentence and make sure, that kind of stuff.
Right. So I think so in the spirit, I think we can get to unanimity if we're talking about if we're rephrasing the.
Do you have a
amending the language.
suggestion, Dr. Mercanti Anthony?
I
I won't give you any side eye, I promise.
I don't believe you. Go ahead. Ms.
All right, I'll try it. Okay. How's it? I'll make a motion.
Oh,
No, I can amend. But which would you prefer? I'll make a motion to amend Laura's motion such that the new motion would read, approve the educational specifications for a new central middle school dated August 11th, 2022 are accurate in reflecting the board votes of April 24th, 2023.
I second your motion.
It's been seconded. I'll take control again of the vote if possible. Michael, is
all
this
yours.
something we're thinking we can possibly wrap our arms around? Go ahead. Let's give it a shot.
I read the start. It was a motion to approve the educational specifications for a new central middle school dated August 11th, 2022 are accurate to reflect the board votes of April 24th, 2023.
It's been seconded. We're in discussion mode right now. My question to you, Michael, is you think that's something that could get some unanimity here?
So that for the motion to approve part is it's the motion to approve them. I'm not the lawyer. I'm not one of the lawyers in the room. The motion to approve part is.
Should you say? Can I make it not that I would make a suggestion and I can make a motion to amend, but I would say motion to amend the amendment to approve the educational specification document. Is that right? Because it's not just the specs for
Yeah,
the for
wait, all right,
whatever it is, but to reflect, but what you'd said reflect the votes of
Okay,
the
wait,
board,
wait,
but
how
it's
about this?
to reflect the revisions.
Okay, how about this? Laura, why don't you withdraw your motion? I'll withdraw my motion to amend.
I'll start from scratch.
No, I've got one. Okay, no.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion, Joe, a motion to confirm that the educational specifications for a new central middle school as presented accurately reflect the results of the board votes of April 24th, 2023.
I'll
Do I
second.
have a
I'll
second?
second
I will
it.
second that.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Cody will second it. What I'll do is I'll call the question. All in favor, please put your hand up. All opposed, please put your hand up. Abstention, please identify. We are 7-0-1. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Mike, thanks for doing that. I appreciated the.
Mike, you're up. Board goals.
Before you move on, Joe, was Laura's original motion withdrawn?
Yes, it was.
Talking about amendments at one point.
Everything was withdrawn.
They were both withdrawn.
All right.
Laura said,
excellent.
I will withdraw my motion, which then negates the.
There
amendment.
were.
No, Laura's
Yes, the
original
original motion was withdrawn. And it was a brand new, the amendment was withdrawn, and it was a brand new motion that Christina put forward.
All right, thank you.
Said to you, Mike.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, there were some late emails around the board goals this afternoon, and if we are having a special meeting, I'd like to suggest that. the
Agreed.
board goals go.
Move it over to the special meeting. Thank you. Next, we'll consider the superintendent's contract extension. The motion is to extend Dr. Jones's contract for 1 year. Our present contract ends, I believe it's June 24. Is that the month? Extend that from June 24 to 1 year extension to June 2025. Do I have a second? Second, Michael. Discussion. Kathleen.
Sure. I will be voting no on a 1-year extension. I'm just going to give you a little reasoning why. Just to bring you all back to center, I led the executive search in 2019. We made a specific effort at that time to focus on finding the right superintendent that could stop the superintendent turnover. I'm just going to recall some of the characteristics that stood out in our search that we specifically requested: that she was student-centered, that she was a strong manager. Oh, sorry, I should have said it was a person at that time. It wasn't a she. A track record of success, a great communicator, a superintendent experience at a similar district. It was a countrywide search. Dr. Jones rose to the top. She was clear on her commitment. She led our district in the right direction on so many fronts for our students without even throwing a little pandemic at her in between. She leads a 10,000 person organization tirelessly, and I'd say seamlessly. I started to write, she's focused on the most important thing, our students. And I started to list these things. And then I thought about it. I heard it tonight. I mean, when that 4th grader came up, then when the principal came up, and then when people talked about just her increase in communication with all of the to her staff, to the parents, to us. She has, and one of my favorite things is she's created savings because when we finally have someone that's in control, she actually has brought back 2.5 million plus annually simply through redeploying and reducing overhead. But no one could do that unless you actually have some consistency and leadership. And then let's, of course, the fact that she's recruited a great team, and that's because people want to be around her. She is our proven CEO, and having run a superintendent search, I can share that the market is a 3-year contract and therefore a 2-year renewal at this time is customary. Anything less than 2 years is a vote of no confidence for her and her team, which is watching this closely, not the message I want to deliver.
Thank you. Anybody else? Christina?
Thank you, Kathleen. I too am not in favor of a 1-year contract. I think a 2-year extension of Dr. Jones' contract is warranted. 2 weeks ago, the board met to give Dr. Jones her review, which was overwhelmingly positive. That same meeting, we unanimously voted on a salary increase for her for next year. Those are the actions of a board that believes the superintendent is doing a good job. If that's the case, we should be doing whatever we can to ensure that she stays here at GPS to promote the stability that the district needs after a number of years of turnover and resulting chaos at times. Dr. Jones has been with us in Greenwich for 4 years now, and during that time, she shepherded us through COVID. We opened schools in September 2020, unlike many other districts. She's led a comprehensive review and revision to our special education program. She's continued throughout these years to continually strive to improve our schools via programs, curriculum, and personnel, while also adhering to extremely strict budgets imposed by the town. Are there things we would like her to still work on? Yes. And we have communicated those to her, and we have witnessed her repeatedly respond well to our feedback. But if we tell her we want her to have a vision for and lead the Greenwich Public Schools going forward, we need to give her the time and the opportunity to achieve those. A 1-year extension does not do so. Some of my colleagues have articulated no reason whatsoever why a 1-year extension is appropriate, more appropriate than a 2-year. Even in light of that other districts provide their superintendents with a 3-year contract at a time when they want to retain them. If my colleagues would like to respond, I'd like to hear a precise explanation about why we should take a different approach than other districts in the area. And I pose this question to my colleagues. How does a 1-year extension versus a 2-year serve the strategic and long-term needs of the school district to provide for stability and planning? Or how is that beneficial to our students? Our district has been characterized by turnover. We finally have stability. And do you want to jeopardize that? One could surmise there are some political motivations involved, personal or professional. And while I don't like to listen to gossip or scuttlebutt, I believe everyone on this board should be in a position that they are not seeking to be superintendent, supporting other people to be superintendent, trying to get our superintendent out. If they are, they have a conflict and they should recuse themselves. We have a superintendent with a proven track record who we say we want to keep. So we as a board need to put our money where our mouth is and extend the contract by 2 years.
Thank you. Michael?
So I appreciate it. One of the challenges, Dr. Jones, I feel bad that one of the challenges of being superintendent here, as you know, is that we all have to debate this in public if you're sitting here. I do not relish the awkwardness of your seat. I think the other thing that needs to be said publicly is that the motion on the table is an extension of the contract. And I suspect that there is widespread agreement to extend the superintendent's contract because for all the reasons that Ms. Downey, Ms. Stowe just mentioned. At the beginning so for clarity for community members that might be watching, right? So Dr. Jones is currently in the 2nd year of a 3-year contract. At the beginning of this year, she began the year with 2 years left on the contract. On her contract. If we with a 1-year extension, she would enter next year with a similar, in a similar vein, with 2 years on her contract. Offering the at the same time, this board has quite recently gone through a strategic plan process where we've established a number of different metrics and things that we've tied to the superintendent recommendation and things like that. This time next year, many of those metrics will be, for the first time in 4 years, we'll have data around those metrics, which is an appropriate opportunity for the board then to have a similar conversation about contract extension. I think I would encourage the community not to view any vote this evening as a vote of no confidence in Dr. Jones. Instead, my vote for this 1-year extension is a vote in favor of Dr. Jones and the excellent work that she's been doing on the board, as well as an endorsement of increased systems of accountability and governance that we are doing as a Board of Education. As these metrics come online, as we consider how we evaluate the superintendent and the district performance over years, knowing that next year we'll be in a similar, with a 1-year extension, would be in a similar situation, looking to extend discussing the extension of the superintendent's contract and offering 2 years of job security, similar to how we were in September.
Thank you. Cody?
I think it is more appropriate to have these conversations in executive session, but I think the 1-year extension is well-deserved, and it makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's worth reminding the public that these contracts do not contain no-fault termination clauses, which is, I think, more common in the public sector. But I would never give anyone a 2-year extension on. It doesn't matter who they are. So I wouldn't. I just want you to make sure that you don't read into the idea that, in the same way I wouldn't do 5 or 10 years. There's no limiting principle. I think it's, if someone's doing a great job, you give them an extension, enter next year the way they entered this year. And I think that's a very healthy dynamic, and it sets a good precedent as well, because I think in the future, 20 years from now, it'll be great if the board is not bound or pressured into, longer term contracts with, very diminished flexibility.
Thank you. Anybody else? Then I'll conclude. Karen, did you want to jump in before I concluded? Or are you trying to sneak a conclusion after me?
Well, I don't know. I'll let you go.
That means I have to conclude. You go, Karen.
And I was going to just simply say that I understand we've had discussions in concerns and understanding of 1 year versus 2 year. And it's just yes, while something is done traditionally one way, doesn't mean it always needs to be done that way. But there are reasons that they are done certain ways, 1 year versus 2 years. And I would simply say, we have never had a superintendent, I should take a bit. She's made more forward movement than any superintendent that I can remember in the past 15 years that I've been involved in working with our, and advocating for our schools here. She's been integral in the process and direction of our recently improved strategic plan, and keeping those items on track and focused on for, student achievement and other areas of special education. And I think we all know 1 year of data doesn't say much. I mean, it'll give us a positive movement, but 2 to 3 years shows trends. And I think we need to be able to have that option, looking in those areas. And, that's to me, she's been very responsive. And I feel like, that's one of those things that, we've talked about. And so to me, that's kind of a key point in having 1 versus 2, is having those opportunities to really look at trends.
Thank you, Karen. And I guess I'll wrap it up here. Tony, my number one goal in this topic as the chairman of the board is to extend your contract. Okay. That is important. I think that's best for our community. That's best for our schools. I think that shows that this board likes the job you're doing. We heard from the board about your evaluation, and everybody, 100% of this board, I believe, I will find out, I think from what I'm hearing, wants to extend your contract. Second priority, as far as the board, me as the board chair, a unanimous decision on how this board looks at you, all voting together, showing the community that we are combined, that we think as one unit, and we want to support you as a board chair, all unanimously voting to tell the community that any negativity, I don't want to hear any more negativity, because we all, 100% of us, are voting in favor of you. That's the reason why I think there's a very, very high importance of having a unanimous vote. I want to renew your contract. I want everyone to vote 1 year. I want everyone to vote 2 years. Whatever we can get everyone to vote on, I would like to support. I'm struggling to find the ability to get everyone to vote 2 years. 1 year is something everyone is kind of voted on, but they want another year at the back of that other year. So it's kind of like half want 2 years, half want 1 year. 3, I don't think it's fair to force somebody who wants to enter into a 1-year extension on a 1-year contract to enter into a 2-year extension on a 1-year contract. To force people who don't want to do that, having employed thousands of people in my past, knowing that when people don't get the contract or the endorsement that they're looking for, they tend to find faults in that employee. They tend to want to undermine that employee. They tend not to work together or own the decision. The point here is, if we can get 8 people to own this decision, 8 people will defend this extension to the community. And I think that's paramount. I think that's the most important thing, because we do get attacked on a regular basis. And you heard when people gave personal evaluations of you, they are in support of you. And if we are saying that people who want 1-year extension and are forcing them to take a 2-year extension, they might not defend you. They don't own the decision. I think it's really, really important that all 8 of us own this decision, and we all come together and make this decision. On a personal note, I will be leaving the board in November. I will not put myself up for re-election. In my personal opinion, which is why I yielded to the advice of colleagues at this point, it's not my job to make the decision of the future of another board. That board has to make the decision on their one and only employee. And so I hear there are some people that want a 1-year extension on the 1 year, and I hear there are some people who want the 2-year extension on the 1 year. It's not my decision to do that. My decision and my motivation is to get a unanimous vote in one way or another. And I don't know how we're going to get there with different opinions, but that's where I stand. Anyone else? I will, Cody, go ahead.
Well, it isn't a logical thing to do to vote on a 1-year extension and then have a 2-year extension vote right after?
Yeah, well, sure. Right, that makes sense. So let's take a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand of the 1 year of the motion, right? All against? That's 4-4. That motion does not pass. Is there another motion?
I'll make a motion to extend the superintendent's contract till June 30th, 2026, and authorize the board chair to execute that contract.
Kathleen will second that. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor, please raise your hand. All against, please raise your hand. Your hands up, okay. Motion fails. We have a special meeting coming up. I don't think a discussion at this point is going to advance our maybe it might. Oh, okay, go ahead, Karen.
Joe, I'd like to make a motion that we should, I'd like to make a motion to extend Dr. Jones' contract for 1 year and authorize the chair of the board to sign that so that it extends it to June of 2025.
Please, yes, explain that. I'm confused.
So is there any reason why we can't? I mean, so it sounds like the there is agreement, around the room that everybody wants at least 1 year.
Oh, I see. You're remaking the same motion. Okay, I'll second that motion. Any discussion on the 1 year extension on the 1 year contract?
How is, this is a point of order. We're revoting the exact same thing we just voted.
There's no limit on the number of times you can make a motion and vote on it.
Yeah, I think the point is that if you're in favor of a 2-year extension, presumably you're more in favor of a 1 year over not having any extension at all.
Well,
That just seems reckless to me.
Comments are not helpful. Let's leave it all to voting. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All against, please raise your hand. That motion fails. So now we can go around for a while, but I don't think we'll accomplish much. But all right. So are we okay to move on? I don't think we can resolve anything at this point. Thank you. Where are we now? Let's see. The agenda plan. We have an agenda plan discussion.
Joe, we should probably add to the agenda some kind of something related to a search, related to a new superintendent, if there's not going to be support on the board to extend the contract a year. I'm just saying practically, we just had the opportunity to extend the contract.
We have till June 30th.
Yeah, but we just, unless. But I'm just saying we got a clear indication from the board of where certain people stand, so. I think it would be irresponsible not to put something on the agenda to start planning around that.
I shall make note of it. Thank you.
I would like to rebut what that comment was.
Well, you could put something on the agenda, or this is just an agenda discussion. There's no real
Well,
discussion.
I know about the superintendent search. I think that is not the consensus of this board. The consensus of the board is, yes, we want to keep Tony.
Right.
It's how long to keep her. And I think half of the board is in favor of keeping her longer. So I don't think we're at the superintendent search stage. I think we have another meeting coming up and we have till June 30th.
So you're suggesting we put on the agenda that coming up, the superintendent's contract. I agree with that. So I
Yes.
think we should put that on the
I'd
agenda.
also like to defer the agenda plan to our special meeting because it's 11:25.
Yes, okay, I concur. Let's do that. So there is one more item which you're going to bring Dr. Bud's item up. Is that what you're doing, Christina?
No, I was actually going to talk about scheduling our special meeting.
Oh,
Yes, I
correct.
wasn't
I
talking
just
about
wanted
that.
to make sure- I was going to tell her that, yes. I think I will make the phone calls on Friday to address the special meeting. I think it's probably, I don't know what my schedule is.
Okay.
Right. I think we should do it on Friday, and I think Laura should make her motion.
Oh, motion to adjourn.
I'll second that. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.